Hello everyone, I'm about to do myself some impromptu mapping. So let me just bring up the screen immediately, like so. This is approximately where we were when we finished the masterclass at the weekend. No, it was before the weekend, wasn't it? And I'm just going to get stuck right in. I'm going to drop a little comment up, as you're about to see when I do this. Because I'm mapping, I will not be paying quite as much attention to the comments should they arrive as I go. So if you do make comments, be aware that I may not see them immediately, and that includes yourself, Martin. But I will read them. I'll be looking up and down as I'm making my way through this. But my goal here is to try and get as much of this mapped out as possible as I progress through. So I'm going to jump in right here and be aware that this is not going to be one of those, hi, I'm chatting like crazy streams. This is going to be one of those, I'm scribbling like mad in an attempt to get as much of this done in as short a period of time as I possibly can, and giving you an opportunity to see it all. But beyond that, I'm not entirely sure what the yellow comment is about. Oh, you need to tell us how to pronounce the auk or ok or uki or whatever. Slotograph, I presume. Hi, Martin. Other than that, I'm just going to dive straight in. My plan for this stream is to cover all of the buildings, which I'm going to add all over the place. Also, because during the stream, time really did pass by much quicker than I intended. I didn't have, let's say, the most original building placements. So I'm going to move some of them. I'm also going to get rid of some of the copy and paste elements. You can see that building there is just a copy and paste of that building down there. So I'm going to be making my way through those. And yeah, you're absolutely spot on, Martin. Multitasking, as you popped up there as a comment. I'll bring that up so that others can see it, assuming that my keyboard will let me. It was a lot tougher in that last stream than I expected, both talking and answering questions, well, and mapping, so not even a both, all of those, plus also the bits and pieces of comments kicking around all over the place. A far slower masterclass than I intended. So I think when we do our next one, I'm going to have quite a lot of the elements pre-prepared. So I can just say, this is how you do this bit, and this is what it looks like in a classic Blue Peter fashion. And here's what I made earlier. But anyway, I'm just going to dive in. Yellow is supposed to be me saying hello with a silly accent. So yeah, you really need to tell us how to pronounce your name, because I really don't know. I've gone through various iterations. Lindsay asked me after the stream on Saturday, and I was like, no idea. Right, anyway, I'm going to go diving in with this. I'm going to start off with the buildings down in this area, fill up a few of them. I'm just going to do this basic boxes to begin with, a bunch of basic boxes up in the top area, fill out some of the space over here as well. Then I'm going to dive in with the detailing around those boxes to try and make it look a little bit more mappish. It's currently sitting around about 2 o'clock. Normally a map of this size, if I was whizzing through it, would take me about a couple of hours or so. However, I'm expecting that this will probably take a little bitty longer. Ochre. So is it more of an ochre, or is the R definitely pronounced? But I quite like that, ochre. And thank you very much for saying the stream was brilliant. From my side, because we are always very critical about anything that we create, from my side, I really felt like I could have got a lot more in and been a lot more clear about the things that I was putting across. But hopefully the blog post will patch up all those little holes. And the speeded up version of whatever I managed to do just now will cover the rest. So I'm just going to dive in. And the R is muted. So it's more like an ochre. Ochre. Yeah, ochre. Yeah, got it. Yeah. Right. So yeah, I'm just going to dive in, and I'm going to attempt to curb my natural. Oh, whoops, wrong there. My natural desire to constantly chat about everything that I'm doing, because I found that significantly slowed me down. I did a bunch way ages ago when I was on the Cartography Guild. Many. Well, the same issue that I had when we were doing the stream. My nib is a mess, and I haven't replaced it yet. I should have got about 50 of them just sitting here. I used to do a lot of simple tutorials. I did them after the 2nd edition Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay Kislev map. And I popped up some tutorials for how to do the mountains from that, how to do the towns and the villages. And I found that I just couldn't shut up. as I was mapping, and that also slowed me down. So I will, honest, attempt to shut up. I can hear my wife almost certainly laughing in the other room at the idea of me shutting up. Right, so how much space is that? Okay, so that's down there. Okay. As I said, if any of you have got comments, feel free to drop them. I will get to them eventually. I don't expect there to be too many of you out there just now, though. According to YouTube, there's currently 5 people, but YouTube isn't always spot on with that, as we have noted when we were doing our streams. Interestingly, according to my streaming software, there's 7. Huh. Fascinating. Right, so let's pop out and have a quick look around where I want to put stuff. Let's break up that building first. As I said, I'm going to try and break up the copy-paste elements of some of the buildings. What did I do in that one? For those of you that use graphic tablets, I'm one of those people that uses the eraser on the pen a great deal rather than flicking between eraser like that and then back to brush again like that by using the keyboard shortcuts or by using any of my little Wacom pad buttons that you can use. I tend to just flip my pen over and use the other side because it's got an eraser on the other end. A lot of people prefer to do it with the keyboard shortcuts. I have never really been that guy. Okay, right, we need more up there, and those trees are nonsense. Let's get rid of them. Crazy shadows. Right. As I said during the masterclass itself, I don't intend to make this one as super spiffy and as highly detailed as many of the maps that I do, because the intent of this masterclass isn't to overwhelm with lots of different techniques and lots of different methods of mapping. The aim is to show you something that is easily duplicatable at home. These are going to be pretty much just simple lines, simple blocks everywhere, with the core concept of that duplicated and multiplied all over the place to create a final map, to show that it doesn't take that much to create something that can look really quite good with just a few simple techniques. It's definitely quite a relatively small place. Doesn't really justify a graveyard that large. Not a bad idea, actually. So Martin just suggested there's possibly a site of an old battlefield. Let me bring the comment up so you can all see it there. To justify what is going to be a relatively large graveyard down here. And that might be a good idea. I mean, the place isn't tiny, but it's pretty close to tiny. It's big enough to be a market town, just. It's not the place I originally intended to map, but the speed of the masterclass and the slowness that I encountered as I was mapping away meant that the whole thing just ended up being much smaller. And I don't really want to come in and completely redraw the entire thing so that the final map looks nothing like what I did in the masterclass. So I'm just going to add some extras, build it out so it looks a bit more like a settlement, and then work from there probably. Before I do more, I'm going to add some more roads. You might hear my squeaky chair, which I still haven't fixed, in the background. Right, where's my roads? There. Yeah, that'll do. Let's have a quick look at what we have. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, they're suggesting that a statue in the market, there's already sitting in the center there, something like a statue. It's currently just a circular blob because there was no particular story sitting behind it as of yet, and I intended to fill that out with something else. But yeah, some sort of statue, potentially monuments, potentially a bunch of mounds or similar off towards the outside of the place. They could all be useful additions. Again, I'm not too keen on adding a whole host of extras that require a different type of drawing to what we've already established. Largely so that with just this single masterclass, you have all of the tools needed to make this particular map. So a basic road, some basic trees, some basic line work, and some basic buildings. The buildings themselves not being frightfully complicated and I was intending on something coming in like that. So that, again, they could be duplicated at home, assuming that you had any form of graphic program. Some sort of 40 thing. Okay, I'm just putting some of the roady bits in so I can get an idea of where everything is and where I want to put a couple of the bigger buildings. Yeah, okay. It's about this point I'm normally thinking about where people live, what it looks like in my mind. I imagine at the back of my head walking through it and where the individual pieces all slot together and what it would look like, and realizing that certain areas like these houses here are far too small, some of the central ones. But again, for a developing town, the ones over here, it's bigger over on this side than I intended originally. But still, it'll do. Right, let's go back to my line work. As I said, I will be checking all the comments, but I think I've got a little scroll popping along the bottom to make sure that if anyone comes in later, you can see that. I'm not looking up at the screen as much as I normally would do, obviously, if it was a standard screen. But if you do have any suggestions or ideas or anything else that you think should be dropped in, do feel free to drop it as a comment, and I'll slap it in a corner or pop it somewhere else. Now I want to have something like, where did I say my hill was before? There-ish. That's what I'm going to do here. Now, as I noted, I'm during the stream keeping the lines a little bit messy rather than trying to keep them neat is part of making it look like it's a hand-drawn artifact rather than something that was created in a computer. So I tend to find that for all of my claims of I love Control Z, and that's one of the reasons why I do everything digitally, in truth, I tend to just run with whatever comes out. And if I make mistakes and little happy accidents or anything similar, I just let that stand. Occasionally I'll drop out a bit because I go, well, there really should be a large chimney stack sitting in the back there, or something similar. But mostly I'll just let it go with whatever we get. And as I think I made pains to say many times when I was doing this, the goal is not to worry too much about the perfection or making our lines super neat. The goal is just to get it all in place. Right, okay, so we have one of those there, we have that there, we stay off that side. Okay. I'm going to do exactly the same as I did in the stream. I'm going to select all of the lines. Contract it ever so slightly, although it's up there. Come on down, just single pixel. And I'm just going to fill that space. And I chose a random orangey color, which I think I might have said is vaguely terracotta-esque in the stream, but that's not terracotta at all. It's sort of orange. I'm going to go for a slightly less orange color this time and fill it up with that. Not sure which one layer that was on. I'm going to guess this one. It's still orange. Oh, it's got a color overlay, that's why. Just pull that down and select a different color. Maybe not, just leave it as is. Alrighty, let's take a look at what we have so far then. It's a little bit more of a settlement. Big enough? I'm not convinced, but it's more of a settlement at least. Let's get rid of that area detail. Bring in a road for road layer. Brush is way too small. Okay. Right, before I decide whether I'm going to do more buildings, I'm going to detail around them a little bit so I can see how much space we've actually used. I covered that briefly in the stream as well, where I quickly added some lines around some of the buildings to suggest gardens or plots or anything similar. I'm going to do much the same here. I'm going to use the same layer I used last time, which I believe was just that's just building lines. Where is it? That's the key. I'm going to guess that one. Oh no, that's not that one. So I'm not going to use the same layer as last time. Did I not name it? Huh. Ah, there it is, lines. Yeah. Make sure I don't lose it, I'll just call that details. And for those of you who don't use Photoshop, you can rename every single layer that you've got. If you look at the first Masterclass files and open it up in any program that can open up Photoshop, you'll see all the different layers, and I named them all relatively clearly in that one. I'll do the same for this one. I'll go through all the layers and make sure that they've got good names and that the layer management's nice and clean. Oops. Color overlay. Just make that all black. As I also mentioned in the stream, I'm intending on using very real actual coloring in the drawing. I'm using the layers themselves to add the colors now. That's nonsense because plots always go behind the buildings, or generally always. Space there. So a lot of these lines will get covered later by bushes or some equivalent. And so again, I don't need to be neat because later on, when I'm sorting out where all the plots are, once it's all sorted out, pardon me, I can just go back in and go, right, that's too messy, and cover it up with some form of bush or some form of tree by just drawing over the existing layers. I'm going to assume this is some sort of dry stone at the front here. Can't go wrong with a dry stone dike. Where I grew up at the north of Scotland, pretty much everything was made from flagstone and dry stone. Still strikes me sometimes whenever I go pretty much anywhere else in the world that there's no flagstone walls, just upright bits of flag laid layer after layer after layer, because so many of the walls where I grew up were made out of flagstone. Now, what we're going to have in the back here, there's probably going to be building. Oops. Where? Lines. Better. So as you fill out the individual plots, it automatically suggests that there should be certain buildings in certain areas because some areas are bigger. Hey, Jalop, how you doing, man? Good to see you there. Currently just working my way around the map, just in case you're interested, filling out details. Let's get back to my detail line. I'm delighted you think so. I love them because I grew up surrounded by them, obviously. Dry stone everywhere. And when they all cover up in lichen and moss and various other things, they just have a lovely look. My childhood in wall form. But then again, I also grew up running around on cliffs, being a madman, doing things that if my parents were aware of, they probably would have had kittens. Let's just fill that up. Yeah. Yeah, flagstone walls. I'll do a search and pop up some of them in the Discord later, because they are pretty much unique to Caithness, where I grew up at the very, very north of Scotland. Because flagstone is, well, Caithness flag is used across wherever people use flagstone. It's super common up there, so it makes a standard building material, and I think is also something that should be considered when you're doing your world building. Just in general, if we're talking about world building, and that is what sort of local materials are there, and how can people use them in a way that may not be standard elsewhere. I grew up in a tiny little pocket of Scotland at the very north, and because of that, it starkly showed how locally people will use whatever materials are to hand. Everything was built slightly differently, whether you're going just for the basics, like I suppose if you pop over to Orkney and you find them, all the old Neolithic sites up there are made entirely of stone because there was no trees. So their cupboards were made of stone, their beds were made of stone, everything was made of stone, including the fences, which were made out of flagstone. So when you're doing your world building, it certainly makes for a bit more fun. Right, let's fill this out. I'm too busy chatting again. I'll bring it in like that. Friesenwald, is that Friesenwald? I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Stone is more round. Friesenwald, is that like a free wall? Because that sounds like it'd be somewhat of the equivalent. If any of you didn't catch the chat that I had with World Anvil last week, I think that was on the Friday just before the stream. That's worth checking out. It's currently, I think, still possibly available on Twitch, because we talked quite a lot about world building there. It was a good one. It was particularly good as well because I was the only guest on, so I didn't need to stop talking. Hashtag I talk too much. To also support the cool, thanks. To support the world building aspect of your maps, because maps are an important part of world building. In fact, one of the more important parts of world building in general. If you do something like this particular area uses a type of stone or a type of material, for example, lots of people, there was massive wars in the past and dragon bones are everywhere, and we use dragon bone in all of our I don't know, wall building or something similar. Ensuring that that's reflected somewhere on your maps is a good idea as well. So you have some sort of local quarry or whatever the equivalent may be, the old dragon graveyard, which is half dug out, pardon me, with workings over the edge. Because if you're building that into your setting, there's almost no point in building it in unless you're also going to depict it on your maps or similar. So yeah, ensuring that your world building is reflected there. But let's stop being distracted and get back to what I was doing. Let's pop in a bridge. Ah, gotcha. That makes obvious sense. Yeah. Let me just bring up that one from Martin. The only real answer to that is, yeah, you do. Admittedly, when it comes to especially a map like this, which is just made to spec for a very odd reason for a masterclass, there is less consideration to all of the finer details, I suppose. But me being me, I literally can't help myself. I'm like, oh, that'll be this and that'll be that, and there'll be one of these over here, and because that exists, the land will have to be plotted like this, and obviously we're going to need somebody who's organizing the land, so I'll need to build that chap over there, and I'm always, when I'm doing my maps, building all the little stories for the communities, and it does mean that if I ever get around to writing about it, I already have generally about 30-40 locations that I can very quickly describe in short order, purely because I've considered them when I was sorting out all the mapping. And it's the same whenever you're world building in general. The ideas come and you start to build out from that. Having said that, though, especially of late, where I may have been pulled in to do a particular job, and map a particular area, and they're far less concerned with such details. For all I do consider it in the background, the primary concern is almost always what does the map at hand need, and what are the core elements from the setting that I'm going to ensure are depicted on that map. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly the case. I'm going to bring that one up. From a practical standpoint, if you're making a map for a village to use for 1 or 2 sessions, that level of detail is probably overkill. And marking all of that over that detail absolutely is. Having said that, though, when I'm building the map, it will almost certainly be in the back of my head as to what these things are. It's going to take as much time to create all those little extra details as it would be to create a map without all those details. Because you're making a map one way or another, and the time killer wouldn't be so much the creation of the map as it would be the writing up of it if you ever decided to write it up. Oops, wrong layer. That's not roads. Trying to remember that's there. Right, so how's it going to be here? That's a warehousey area. Let's sort that as some sort of loose embankment that runs into the back of that one. And I'll be honest, when it comes to, because partly I always lie, but when it comes to my mapping, I tend to be as careful with my time as I possibly can be, because we all only have so much of it in our life. And we want to make sure that what time we do have is used well. Where's my roads? A few warehouses down by the dock. Not enough actual open space here because there'd be space to hang goods and everything. This is ill-conceived. I might open that out a little bit actually and remove that building. Whether it's somewhere to smoke your fish or hang and dry, hang the nets, do a bit of boat building, need a bit more open area around that. Probably there as well, put a slip in. Oh, yes, I forgot about our cove. Don't want to forget our cove now. I will be honest and say that there are more of you watching this than I expected. I was half expecting to be by myself here, just scribbling away like mad to add some lines. Elevation is generally conveyed with two things if we're keeping it simple. Number one is what I'm doing currently, which is just some basic line work. And if you can imagine contours on a standard map, if you're in the UK, an ordnance survey map or something similar, by just indicating loosely some of that with the line work, which is just little scribbly lines, as you can see here, it starts to convey that there are different tiers of elevation. And the second one after that is a little bit of shading. And I'm going to do that probably a good bit later, not to begin with. But you'll get to see that a little bit later. It's not hard. So we've got a path that leads to there. Quite like the idea of some idiot that doesn't live too far from here, but not that close. Well, we have one there. Let's add that to our roadie bit. And yeah, we do need a covey bit for ghosts. On that, let's add a new layer for water. Add a little bit of undercolor so we can actually see. Nah, it's way too dark. Let's go a bit grayer. Now, water's a funny one on maps because the natural inclination is to go with blue because water is blue, or occasionally grey because often water in fact looks grey out at sea. But you'll often find on many maps you'll go for just a completely different and contrasting colour. Some colours automatically suggest a certain tone for the water. If you go for browns, for example, like I did just there, it suggests a sort of marshy mess. But depending on the map you're going for, you can use almost any colour for your water, and avoiding the deep blues is sometimes a good idea. For many maps, they will just go with a slightly darker colour of whatever the undertone for the map is. So what's our undertones here? I'm sort of using a green, but I'm not going to go with a brown water because that's just weird, at least for this one. I'm going to go sort of grayish blue. Maybe closer to there. Let's desaturate and lighten it. A little bit less color. There we go. That'll do for the moment. Good Highland brown. One of my friends when I grew up lived at Strathy Point Lighthouse. Now, Strathy Point, for those of you who don't know the north of Scotland, which I assume is most of you, is really isolated, and it got its water from the local loch, and the water was a good Highland brown, a really peaty colour. It was, however, one of the best waters I've ever drunk in my entire life. It had a really nice flavour, which is not what you normally associate with your drinking water, but it was really good. Let's quickly mark out this island up here. Are you rocky or are you grassy? I'm going to see maybe a bit of both, perhaps. Again, discussing the elevation as we were earlier, you can see with just a few lines, it automatically starts to provide a loose bit of height without actually putting any shading on at all. Right, so that's a normal. I would have detritus working around it rather than road per se. This one here is more of an actual one. We're going to add a little garden area to that. Building colors. Let's just fill that in so we don't forget. Yeah, small from Furby there, feeling the map completely changes with the color, and it does. You can reinforce the tone of your setting just by color choice. For example, we've got a pale green and a pale washed out blue in this, which is a more watercolory set. And watercolors tend to come with maps from a particular area, particularly when they're just using simple watercolor to go over a black and white printed map. Where if you go for stronger colors with high saturation, that tends to go hand in hand with a higher fantasy feel in general. If you go for black and white or harsh blacks and harsh whites with a splash of red here or there, that start adding a sort of grimmer undertone. But the colors in general completely ground the map. And it's interesting to see just how much a map's tone can change just by screwing around with the colors. And if you are someone who's relatively comfortable with Photoshop, it's super easy to just change one color or another. It's one of the reasons why I'm only using the layer tools for the colors. You can just pop into those layers and change the colors yourself and just change the map into anything that you want. If you ever want to either use the map or just see how it changes as you mess around with the different colors. So I originally intended to speed up this video when I posted it, but being a chatterbox, I've actually talked more than I originally thought I would. Foolish of me. So what does everyone think of just posting the video as is in its raw format? Or do you think a quick speeded up version so you can just see everything fall into place would be better? Anyone have any opinions on that one? Okay, let's. Oops. Underground. Yeah, chatting's kind of handy. Interesting question there from Jalen. Underground is always an issue. Most maps handle underground details in one of two ways. Is that on the? That's on the road there. The first would be by dropping a corner map in. So you'll have a little corner map, which generally has an overlay of the major map as some sort of transparency, so you can almost see how it works, with then the underground parts marked on it. And that, good point there, Martin. Just bring up Martin's comment there so we can see that one too. Tend to leave as is, most playbacks. Yeah, that's fair. Bring that one up just in case I do indeed do that. So corner map, that's not on the right layer. Corner maps are super common because they can convey the necessary detail. In fact, I've got a corner map on that one up there to show city districts. I don't know if that can be seen behind me. That's on the Freeport map if you ever look at that. More recently, from say Critical Role, I did a map of Westruun, and Westruun has got an entire underground section, and that was done as a corner map as well. Another way to do it is just to start with a completely separate map with an overlay of the main city map that you may have originally had, possibly faded out, and then draw the new underground sections. Drawing underground sections on top of an existing map is deeply confusing, but works really well for digital ones, because the digital maps, you can just go, for example, you want to see what it looks like underground, click a layer, and that layer just pops up. You want to see it without all of the buildings on it, yeah, that's not a problem. I just go goodbye building lines, and away they go. And for a digital map, drawing the base area and then just drawing the underground layers on an underground layer, which you can add or take away, is a far more effective way of doing it. But you tend to find that most people, when they're going for print, that's our publishing houses, don't want to do that because it's useless for people who are obviously reading a book. It's not the best use of the file. However, for people who are creating files for actual use at home, layered files on a layered PDF, I would argue, is probably better. And this is something that we've discussed at the Rookery as well, as to whether we want to provide layered maps, whether they get that much use, and whether many maps nowadays get as much use as they used to in the past anyway, because so many people are willing to just jump into a mapping program and recreate whatever the professionally created map was according to their own needs. So sometimes those maps just don't get used anymore, and are we better spending those few days that we'd spend on creating that map creating something completely different that is definitely going to get used, some more locations, some extra NPCs or whatever it might be. That's a matter of debate, and one that I don't think we've arrived at an answer that we all like yet. And you'll probably find that much like many of these things that we're doing just now, they will be experimented with as we go. Well, we appear to have some sort of definite line building here, which suggests there might be a road at the back there, or possibly a bit of an elevation that's stopping again, or maybe trees. I'll worry about that when I get there. Yeah, the layered maps and World Amble are super useful. Let me see what was that one there. For a cave system or something like that. And in a fully independent location in unusual terrain. I see you say to draw that differently. That's another masterclass. That there's quite a lot to potentially cover there, and there's lots of different ways that they can be done. Some of which look like are really hard, but are actually relatively easy, including doing them as an isometric, so that you get an angled view and you get more of an idea of the heights and the depths of the internal parts. Because one of the biggest problems with going underground is that they're very, very rarely two-dimensional locations, in that you've got ups and downs and multiple layers sitting on top of each other, and that's super difficult to draw. I'm going to get rid of my box bit in the corner there. That's super difficult to draw in 2D, and is something that is always a consideration. I've had this challenge thrown at me multiple times in multiple ways, whether it was creating a hold for Warhammer, Karak, whatever particular Karak that was, or alternatively, actually doing exactly the same thing for Critical Role relatively recently, where a map on that one had multiple layers, and I ended up going for a very vertical look in that one. Admittedly, though, there was a lot of conversations with the developers behind that one, and the vertical look of the final map was their suggestion after much chatting. I'll see if I can find a copy of that while I'm burbling away here in the background. But it should be online, actually. No, I'll link to it online because I'm pretty sure that they've shared it. And that's another way of doing it. Or you can do what I did for some of the Shadow of the Demon Lord maps, for example. There's some three-dimensional isometric views of a couple of their maps because the areas went up and down a little bit. But again, it's all in 2D, so sometimes that can confuse or make it difficult to read it as a user of the map. Now, this is all going to be behind whatever we do for our key, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So just drop down a little bit there. So it's done. A thing for most professional maps you've seen out there, if they do have bits that are behind keys, normally nobody ever bothers drawing those, I think for obvious reasons, because it's going to be hidden by the key. But you'll find that sometimes when a map is being used as a GM aid, not just as a player aid, or some equivalent, they'll say, can I have the map fully rendered and everything behind those areas, and then pop the key on with all the interesting points for the GM, point a different key on for other people, so they want all the bits that are sitting behind. But normally for most maps, if there's something sitting behind a key, the bits and pieces that are behind there are rarely rendered. For my own games, though, on my own stuff, I tend to render all of it just in case I decide that I want to do a zoom in on an area that hadn't been already looked at. So what sort of coastline do we have here? It's a bit weird. It's a bit half rocky, not rocky there. Maybe heighten some of that. Am I in the wrong layer? Huh, I was. Let me just take that off. Drew on the wrong layer there. too busy chatting, not pay attention. I'm on the right layer. So do any of you use layered maps for any of your other stuff, or is it just one or two who use a particular program? Oh, wrong layer again. Let's add a little coastline walk and various other bits like that. One thing you'll almost certainly find for any rural community is that there's paths that go literally everywhere. Some of them will be created by people just having a nice walk around the places they like. Many of them will be created by animals that have found their perfect way along the edges of cliffs where they always go. Others will be just going to obscure locations that people like to visit, but paths and pathways will be pretty much everywhere, many of which will have been worn into place over the course of potentially centuries. A lot of the paths that I had where I grew up started off as animal trails where sheep or cows frequently went from one area to another. And then as time progressed, they got worn into place by humans who came afterwards, finding the paths that had already been picked out by surer feet and following them around. This is particularly the case around cliff walks. Where I grew up, there was lots of cliffs, either through subsidence and things falling down or just by the sea slamming against rocks. And they are not the most stable places. However, animals are very good at finding clear routes through those. And sometimes the paths they take are really crazy and winding, but the animals themselves follow those paths again and again and again, taking the same routes. So if you're making a rural map, it's always wise to drop at least a few paths kicking around, suggesting either where animals have been, where humans themselves have been, or anything similar. It makes the place feel a bit more lived in, a little more realistic. It's also something that as a tool is often a little bit less clearly expressed in many of the mapping softwares. They might have different textures, but they often don't look particularly great as footpaths. Not always the case. Some of them do it well, but some of them really don't. Yeah, it's a fair point in both cases. No tech at Martin's table, that's very common. The no tech at the table is a rule I've heard in multiple places. It's becoming less and less the case nowadays. It tends to be more of an older gamer thing. Having said that, though, we've had quite a few comments from younger gamers, well, certainly not us, and by us I mean me, who like to have that more old school feel, so they purposely ban tech at their tables. Good to know how I played as the old school feel. And on the other side, liking to play with tech at the table because it gives so many new possibilities. And yeah, absolutely does. I've dabbled on both sides frequently. I'm not a technophobe. I am a phobe of things getting in the way of the game, but as long as you have a clear conversation as what is cool and what is less cool, I tend to find that most things don't really get in the way of the game, but that conversation has to be had. Let's open that. Was that colored over? There's new layer, over colors. Marking a quick layer to drop some coloring on. So if I want to have a different color sitting beneath things, I can do so. Oops. Yeah, I'll do that. Let me just pull that comment up because, yeah, that's pretty much where I sit as well. It's a funny old thing, isn't it? Because depending on the games that you're in and the sort of people you play with, some people actually get quite upset if they can't play around with their phones because they're so used to doing it, particularly if their character's got nothing to do at that point and they feel like they're not contributing anything to the ongoing story because there's an aside or because somebody else is the focus of attention or because their character's down because they did something very clever like doing a head-on attack by themselves against a gigantic demon. And having that much used and expected release of just jumping on your phone for 5 minutes or something else removed can be seen as almost an imposition. But as long as you communicate it beforehand in your game, it shouldn't be. But yeah, I did that a lot. Back in the day, I used to do this in the PS3. I'd make a map and I'd use the PS3 software to just dump it up on my telly because we played in the living room. And obviously nowadays it's much easier to just pop images up, but the PS3 was good because it was super fast to control with a controller, much faster than it would have been with a mouse going click, 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 find the zoom, scroll in, scroll out, or whatever, because it was just zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out, really fast. And I kind of missed that in a few games. In one game where they were attacking the Rock in a 40k game. So by the Rock, I do mean the last remnants of Kaladin Dark Angel Homeworld. And they were plumbing down into that. We had the entire map of that they were using popped up on the screen, and that was quite fun. Yeah, I think Tech at the Table is a pretty good topic, actually. We're going to have to decide a topic for not this coming week, but the week after. This coming week, we've got James Wallace coming on. You may know from Warhammer fame, first edition, and a whole bunch of games. He also wrote for Paranoia and did Dragon Warriors, and I'm going to be doing a post to do the here's James Wallace over on Patreon probably later today once I finished off screwing around with this map and putting it into somewhere that's hopefully relatively useful. But the week after that, it's going to be us again, and we'll, I think, delegate out the topic choosing duties because it's quite fun and means it's your topic rather than our topic. And we can definitely cover stuff that people want to talk about. Yeah. James Wallace of the I Sunk Your Fucking Barge. Yeah, let's have a quick look where we are. Okay, so we have one path building, one coastline building. That's beginning to look like some sort of place. Maybe. Let's work up the river and see where that all ends up. James Wallace is great if you've not met him before. He was on our Warhammer development panel, for those of you who caught that, which I enjoyed immensely, because he was developing the first edition of the game after Graham passed the reins over. But he is a marvelous repository of all things awesome. So he'll hopefully have some fun things to add to our chat. Yeah, this is one that's I think definitely worth looking at as well if we do a tech at the table thing, because a lot of people use their phones or their iPads, tablets, or whatever for useful additions, particularly if you're playing a modern era game, or if you're playing a scholar that has knowledge that you might not have, having access to that in forms of tablet or something similar can be a far faster and smoother way of dealing with that than alternatives. So I'm seeing you draw the rocks, makes me think of old pagan. Yeah, yeah, let's draw one of those in. Good call, Martin. Let me just, so I don't forget it, go, where do we have an obvious one? We've got a space sitting there, so let's just mark that there so that I don't forget it. Good call. Yeah, so reinforcing what I was saying, it's faster looking through a book. It often is, particularly if you're looking for PDF rules or similar. And yeah, if you're wanting to just do a quick search over multiple documents, it is a far faster way of doing that. I did, and I kind of haven't done them yet, and I'm half considering that, Furby, what I'm going to do up there. I haven't gone up there yet. You may note I put the circle down here and not up here. I was considering putting a bunch of them up there. If I look at my original areas, which I've largely ignored, I was intending putting them across there, and I've still got, I think, a relatively obvious place to put those buildings there, with potential outlying farms here and here, which I'll get to, I think. Where was I? Down by the river. Let's do the rivery bits first, details. Let's bring up that comment because if I want. Agreed to all of that. And that map is not necessarily going to be for the adventure. I was actually speaking to Graham about that adventure the other day. I think it's largely in place, but I'll check up with him on Wednesday when we do our chatting about these things. Because it'd be nice to do the development segment of that and have a big chat about turning an adventure into a finished product from an early draft. I believe the early draft is largely in place. Also on the whole masterclass things, we have, just bring up the extra part there. We have Lindsay doing what is turning out to be a super fascinating talk on using psychology and sociology and physiology and all the rest of it to help build your species, sentient species, in different ways. And I say fascinating because I've been chatting about it with her, and it's just super fascinating stuff. It's the stuff that I very much dig, really enjoy. Okay, now this is going to be farmland. That's going to be, let's loosely square that off. I've got that there, so let's mark that, that. And that. Neither can I. And not just because I don't need to do it. Ha ha ha. I think other Andy might be doing hosting duties in that one, which would be fun for everyone. At least I think that's what it was. Let's check. Okay, so that's going to be a road. I'm going to need a road up there. Roads. I think my cat just tried to come in and failed. I'm thinking that's pretty hilly there. So on that, let's quickly put a bit of elevation in place. I think I've got something that's a bit shadowy in there somewhere. Yeah, let's use that. Just use a big brush. Well, that didn't do anything. Huh. That's better. So we were discussing elevations earlier. I'm going to very quickly drop in a couple of loose shadows in some of the areas where I can see that clearly we've got hills in place. And if we elevate that slightly too, that's just so when I come in with the lines, there's something naturally in place there to support. So it's draining that way. If we have a bump, there might even be an oxbow in there somewhere. Maybe in that side. What have we got there? Regards mapping, what would you say the main difference is when approaching a map of a small village and a small medium town, mix of farming and manufacturing? Density. I know that sounds really obvious. Oh, in fact, you just said that right afterwards. Size and building density seems like obvious ones. Yeah, they are the obvious ones. Building density in particular, you often find instead of having your individual buildings, which is what has loosely come out of this one, you have blocks. And those blocks might have spaces in between them for backyards or anything similar. There's all sorts of stuff you can have at the back. But that changes the entire nature of the roofing as well. The roofing will have a far more complicated, haphazard block hitting block rather than the far simpler square block. And individual buildings might be complicated in a more rural environment, and often are, but the actual blocks butting up against each other are far less of a thing. Beyond that, you tend to find there's quite a lot more bigger buildings as well, both in terms of people are richer and thus can build the bigger buildings inside with the blocks. Obviously, in countries, we have our manors and our mansions and our more spread out buildings. But in general, particularly in rural environments, the buildings are usually relatively small. If we, again, just to carry on with the theme of today, picking out my childhood and details from that, all the crofts and the small rural communities, and even many of the farmhouses that were built through the 19th century into the 20th, they were all relatively small, sometimes sprawling, sometimes with extra additions added on. So it started as a small croft and then an outbuilding and then the coal house and then whole manner of extra bits and pieces and then a big barn that was put on top of that at the end. But nevertheless, the overall structures were still, in comparison to some of the town structures, quite small, because once you start building municipal buildings, town halls, places that are the central gathering point for all the locals, those buildings need to be bigger by, well, just for its general use, necessity. So it's not just density and size, but they are really part and parcel of the core. Sprawl on the outside, you tend to find that most smaller locations like villages are relatively self-contained. Everybody's mess is contained within their own small boundaries, where cities and towns in particular as well, there tends to be lots of dead wasteland areas, bits that used to be buildings that no longer are, that are now just piles of rock and rubble, that bit of wasteland over there. And some of those will be reclaimed by nature, others won't be, but you tend to find that there's this sort of lack of green belt. It's more of a mess belt that sort of sits on the outside. And you'll find that in the center of town, you'll also have areas that are half in construction or are just a bit of a mess. Depending upon the time of the map, depends on how many. If the land is controlled by an individual, so let's say a duke, the chances of there being just messes in the middle are often lower than they would be if it's a council or something similar where politics are butting up against the necessities of life inside. But again, it's all down to local circumstances. I mean, every place is individual. Every single location will have buildings in weird places because of odd local regulations or because of something that happened. Other places will have places that haven't been built on that look like they should have been purely for political reasons or religious reasons or whatever. Every time you try to make a generalization for these things, you tend to find that there's somebody else that comes along and goes, well, actually, and then, well, actually, and every location is just a wee bit different. So when it comes to your rural locations, spread out buildings, larger plots of land, and generally self-contained in terms of the mess of the place. The bigger it gets, bigger buildings, far more tightly packed, and the mess spreads out far more. So you'd have areas on the outside which are just full of, well, wasteland mess. They can extend for quite some distance sometimes. Yeah, totally. And my brother's a postie as well, up in the north, and buildings are just stupid. I mean, I'll give you a single example. My house. My house is numbered number 15 on its street. It's at the end of the street. Not only is it at the end of the street, it's on a crossroads. It's beyond the end of the street that it's number 15 on, because originally it used to just be one road, but other roads have bisected and taken over other parts of it. It means that almost everyone trying to find my house fails because it's actually quite difficult to find. Even for local taxis, you say, hi, can you go to the street, please? And they go, yeah, sure, go to the street, and they're in entirely the wrong place. So you have to tell them to go to a different place. Buildings are not logical. And over the course of time, each individual need replaces what would have previously been to be an important need. And you end up with some very weird stuff. All right, let's organize the back roads for the farmy bit here. Right, so as we start moving through these slightly more rural areas as well, a quick way to do a rural area, which is loosely what we're doing with this sort of map. As I say, this is not a map of me spending ages needling over every little bit to try and make it look the best it possibly can do. This is about creating something that everyone can create with some pretty simple techniques. Our farmlands, we're going to do with just some quick color changes and a couple of quick scribbled lines in various places, much as I'm scribbling the roads into place, to suggest the crops that are in place. And then we're going to add boundary trees to ground it into how much space. Oh gosh, this is huge. You might notice how much drawing there is in this in comparison to a large city map. This is tiny. Even a map like Whitestone, which I showed a couple of times in the stream, which is just a small city. It's really not very big at all. There's so many lines in it. It takes a very long time to keep it all in place. And it's one of those areas where using a computer to copy paste or render in basic buildings is, I can see, seem to be beneficial. It's just not how I do it. I prefer to draw in every line so that I know what is where and why. And it also means I can easily change it as I go. Okay, right, I'm getting an idea of what this place looks like now, here and here. Let's quickly look at those fields so you can see what I mean. Oh, I hear people arriving home. Let's pick out color. I've got a layer called overcolors, which I just use to change the color of the certain area. Let's go for a quick brown. See what sort of density I've got here. That's a bit high. Right down. Okay, so this is just a pale recolor of the area done with a scattery brush, so I can change the density. We can put some quick. So clean off the edges and then go into my over details. Go back to my original brush and quickly give the suggestion of something that may have been ploughed or something similar. Again, this is designed to be super easy so that it's duplicatable. Simple lines, a simple color change to give the impression that we have something going there. It's a bit too much green showing through there for my happiness, so I'm going to quickly change shimmer that. Yeah, I'll bring that one up there. 5 million people is a lot of people. When I was doing a map for Game of Thrones once, it was something that struck me, was that the city he described in the books was not the city that had been depicted in the maps up to that point. At one point, what is it? As I recall, Arya is making her way through tunnels. This is in the very first book, The Game of Thrones. She's making her way through tunnels underneath the city, and she travels for something like, pops out about 3 leagues away from where she entered them at the main castle. 3 leagues is like 9 miles. And she was still in the city. Enormously huge. Or was it 3 miles and it was a league away? Whatever. Regardless, it was really far. The city itself was truly big. And its population was far, far bigger than the tens of thousands that were being suggested by the scales that had been offered in the maps at that time. So I sent a message off saying exactly how big should I or should I not be making this, and that went all the way up. And then I got the note back eventually from the man himself, who pretty much said, yeah, go big. So we did. But even the series was nowhere near the scale that the novel suggested. Big cities are, strangely enough, big. Go take a look at Imperial Rome or Constantinople, or any of the several relatively large Chinese or Indian cities that we're building up, and then taking a look at the populations. And I do always find historical populations super interesting, because a lot of them are supposition and guesswork laid on top of numbers at the time, which people often say, well, that can't be true because there's too many of them, so we're going to scale it back. And it's interesting to see how historians do it, but they don't scale back some, like, say, Rome, because Rome was so well documented that they can say that the Roman numbers are almost certainly right. But those other numbers, they're much less certain about those, probably worth scaling it back. It's probably propaganda to try and make their capitals look bigger than they actually were. And then how much many of those shrunk later. But yeah, 5 million, that's an awful lot. Yes. Absolutely. Let's just quickly put in another couple of colors in the other ones. And I know that is a multi-layered answer, because that suggests that I'm saying yes to both parts of it, and I am. That's far too big for a medieval field, but whatever. It's clearly not a medieval field, it's something else. Going with what feels right is often a necessary component of fantasy mapping, because there are so many considerations to take into account. So let's just take one that many people who followed my work over the years know well, Warhammer. Whilst it's easy to go, well, surely Warhammer would just be a reflection of the real world in terms of how its settlements spread and how its farming works and similar. Yeah, probably no, because there are multiple accounts of, for example, great streams of jade magic that work their way across the land, that create, whether you want to call them dragon lines, ley lines, or something similar. And these bring great fecundity along with them, meaning that there's going to be certain areas which are far more alive than others. There's going to be stripes of land that are far more in bloom, meaning that your standard usual way of depicting an area can be messed around with significantly, because just one small detail, that's jade magic, changes things. Plus, if you've got yourself people who are capable of blessing the land, let's say priestess of Raya, or something similar, some Talite miracle, they are equally going to change how the land itself appears. And you may find yourself the normal standard farming practices to ensure that land stays fertile, to ensure that it stays irrigated, are replaced by a slightly different method of doing so, because they've got non-standard practices at hand. So that means that whilst real-world sources are useful, the more you start plumbing into the setting at hand, they start to become less useful than anything more than a template to begin. And then you go, well, I'm going to make a change to it for this reason, and I change to it for this reason, I change it to that one. And then the more you add and the more changes you make, the more it becomes an exercise in world building than it does necessarily an exercise in repeating that 16th century map, what you do like. What was on it? And my first time that's it. Yay! Let me just leave that one up for a while, because that's going to put a smile on anyone's face that's me. Okay, right, that color is far too bright, so I'm going to dull it off with a quick erasure. I could desaturate it, but I'm just going to thin it down a little. Too busy chatting, not enough mapping. That's me. Take that one out as well. Curly crops in the background. Tidy up that fence with some trees in a moment. I'm going to take that out too. So what did you create, if you don't mind me asking for a beat? Okay. Filling out that space, filling out that space. Let's do some of those trees so I can see what I need to do. I do not like the trees I did in the thing. Let's have a look. Oh, they're awful. Tidy that up. Houses, yeah. Just bring that up because it puts a smile on my face. He did some houses. Yeah! Houses are ace. Drop that size 3. Oh, nice. Just bring that one up as well. Houses like those in Vienna. Good call. Yeah, bit small. Okay, so here I'm just adding, using that speckly brush that I mentioned in the masterclass, the idea of some bushes, trees, foliage in general that will make its way along the edges of rivers. It is she, sorry, I apologize. Oh, let's see, there's a good bit of horrendous example of gender bias just sliding in there. I deserve to be slapped, given that this is something that I've spoken on multiple times. on other people doing. And indeed is something that in the creation of some of the adventures I've made has been an actual plot point where I've presented certain characters and everybody is assumed because of the nature of the character that it must be a he, and then using that as a plot point going forward, because characters are then, the PCs are confronted by someone that they believe can't be the character at hand because of the gender that sits, be that he, she, they, or something completely different on top of that. So I deserve a slap, and I will consider myself properly slapped in the nicest way, of course. So what we're doing here is we are covering a wealth of sins using a quick brush. Now, as I said, this is a scattered leaves brush that is offered by Photoshop, an ancient Photoshop. You can pick it up through their legacy brushes, but you can create a brush like this in almost moments using any of the various art programs, because all it requires is a scattering. In Photoshop, for example, you can go up and change all your brushes using the brush tools up in the corner here. So I can change the spacing, for example. So where beforehand it was nice and clear, if I do that, it now scatters less frequently. I can change the scaling and size so it comes far bigger. Every program does it slightly differently. I'm using a nice small one. It's about size 3 at the moment, so that I can use it for bushes. And this is one of the most quick tools you can get for turning something that looks sort of okay. And yeah, we've got some buildings and some houses. But the second you add these trees in, yeah, as Martin says there, it looks so good so quickly. Yeah. And that's why something like this is really useful, because you can begin to see that it's not a hard job to make the stuff look good. You just need to know some of the simple techniques to get it there. And this is one of my favorite because it makes things look good with so little actual work. Now, admittedly, you've got to put them in the right place and make sure you get the density of them right. And I do that very easily now because I've been doing it for quite so long. So I'm quite used to just dropping it in. But regardless, it's still a super. Let's make a bigger sort of tree here. No good for doing pine trees. It doesn't look like a pine tree at all. But it does make for some pretty gosh darn it lovely deciduous trees. Let's take off the whoa man. And this is where we can also go into these small areas and go, actually they are subdivided up as well. Give the idea that there's a tree covered pathway there. And this is the point where if you're doing this yourself, anywhere that you haven't properly drawn anything because you've just been sketching in all your lines, you just cover it with a tree. Any of the lines that are too thick or don't look quite right, you cover it with a tree. Any bit you don't like, you cover that with a tree. In fact, just cover everything with trees and bushes, because in rural communities, everything is covered with trees and bushes. My back garden, if I did my back garden, it would just be one big tree, another big tree, another big tree, another big tree. Now, if you go to my back garden, it looks like just a normal garden with grass everywhere. But if you look at it from above, it's all manner of trees because of the... Oh, let's get rid of that. Canopy cover. Just pop that in there. Big tree here on the junction where the road sits. Another one just beside it. Now I remember I can't remember who it was I was talking to. I was at a con, and I was talking to another artist. I can't remember who it was, and we were discussing a map that I'd recently done, and I'd had to do it in a single evening. And it was a full page map, which is not small, and it was of a city. And I said that normally would have been an impossible ask, but I had a host of relatively fast tools that I could use to make something look good quickly, which wouldn't necessarily look as good as I would have done if I'd been given the time, but it would certainly look good enough for a published map if push came to shove, and they had a very strict deadline. And the artist at hand said, well, how did you do that? And I said, largely, I just scribbled in some lines and used one single brush to cover up all the scribbles that I didn't like. And he looked at me and went, shut up. So I showed him, because I had my laptop with me. It was a games day. It's all coming back to me now. It was a games day. So someone I was speaking to at games day. It'll come back to me eventually. And he watched me quickly fill up an area with trees. And then he just looked at me and said, you can't show anyone that, Andy. And I was like, why? He said, because then everyone will realize that anyone could do it. And I was like, well, I think you'll find that all art, if you practice enough with and learn the tools of the trade, you're going to be able to almost have anybody do it. He was like, no, but this is proper cheating. I was like, okay, sure. So I haven't shown you this. I'll make that my eraser a bit smaller. Who was that? Wasn't Wayne England? That's really not what Wayne would have said. Someone I was speaking to at Games Day. Really annoying me now. I'm sure it'll come back to me. 2006. It was that Games Day, I think. So that was a long time ago now. Shows you how old this brush is. Glad to hear that, Furby. I'm glad to hear you're not using my brush or indeed trying to duplicate it. Never happened. Nobody saw anything. Okay, let's have a quick look at how things are looking in the south of the river now. Why aren't you zooming out? There we go. Okay, it's now beginning to look far more like an area. Let's quickly fill in here. Now, bushes, if you're in a steeper area, tend to actually go with the contour lines. So if you're wanting to promote the idea that there's contour lines or indeed things are steeper, using the bushes to reinforce that sometimes helps. And then you can go a bit thicker as you move into the flatter areas, dropping in again. They could be bushes, they could be trees, depending on what shadows you put underneath them. Will depend on how tall these things are. At the moment, this is just a flat 2D thing, but I did mention dropping shadows underneath in the Masterclass, so I will also drop a few shadows on these ones too, so that we can see a few of those. Let me say one more time, I expected fewer people. According to my window over there, there's over 10 people out there now. Wow, did not expect that. According to what is YouTube says there's 8. I wonder where the disparity comes from. Software is crazy. Oh, that'll be why you want me to talk more then, huh? Just to bring up Jalab's comment there. Although I'm still debating with myself whether I should pronounce that as Jalab or Yalab. Yalab. Yalib. Yalib. I can't decide. One of the above. And it's just to bring up that second one, I find it quite, that one there showing how it's looking pretty already. And it's one of the things that I enjoy most about building maps like this, where I'm not squiggling down into the details and actually spending time rendering things. Because they can look quite pretty relatively swiftly, and the techniques that need to be deployed are not especially difficult or onerous, meaning that you can get a good looking functional map in not necessarily little time. I've been sitting here now for what, about an hour and I don't know, what time did we start? I have no idea what time we started. Was it 2 o'clock? And if it's already 3:30, I've been doing this for about an hour and a half. Cripes. But although it may not be the fastest, it is, however, super creative and it's 100% yours. And it's going to look like your maps, because the more you do, the more you build up your own style and the things that you like the look of. And I'm going to bring that one up just because I know that already, and hence the slight debate. I mean, I love it as a name, and I can never decide how it should be pronounced. And I do know its source. And I vacillate between Jalab because I'm English and it's a J. I'm not English, I'm Scottish, but I speak English. Don't want to have it quite as close as that to the gloopy thing there. Or Yalib, because it really does look like it should be something like a Yalib. Or Jalib, Yalib, I can't decide. Yalib. We should do a poll on that alone. Oh, apparently I've got a little island up here. Let's tree it up a little bit. I don't like that at all, actually. Oops. I'll make it much more barren. Where I grew up in the north of Scotland, pretty much all the islands were pretty much barren. There's lots of grass, but very little in the way of trees. My father worked out on an island called Stroma, which you can find if you look at the very, very, very north of Scotland. And Stroma didn't have any trees. Back before it was cleared out, had quite a few crofters. But by the time that I used to pop out there to visit my dad, it was just some lighthouse keepers and the man who owned the island, Jimmy Simpson. And that was it. But as a landscape, it was pretty much all moorland. And nah, I'm not going to do that there. That's more of a rich house. So I'm going to change the drive up. So when certain geological formations pop up in a map, I tend to hark back to my childhood and leave out certain areas as quite empty because of that. Yeah, true fact. I mean, Orkney had no trees, which is why everything was built out of stone back in the day, and they were imported later, presumably, depending upon which book you read, in Viking times or later. Let's make that a tree. It's obviously a bit steeper there. If we've got coming down there then. Okay. Let's take that comment off. Oh, hell yeah, we do. And I wouldn't like to say Orkney's an unwelcoming place. I've been there many times. It's lovely. But when the wind's up, holy crap. I mean, I can almost say that as someone who lived there, but I didn't quite. I lived on the other side. I could see Orkney every day from where I grew up. That's definitely turning into an actual place. Gonna get a feel for that. We have a couple of extra buildings at the back there. There we go. Just realized I've got my sounds pinging on here. Just switch that off like so, or we're all going to get beeped as we pass. I tend to start getting pinged like crazy past about 4 or 5 o'clock. So I've just switched them all off so that you don't need to hear all my beeps. Okay. I'm saying nothing, but you're probably right. Or something of that ilk. One of the things that I particularly enjoy doing when I'm doing maps like this is not confirming what anything is in my mind, because everybody comes up generally with their own versions of what things are. They see it and their mind immediately conjures, oh, that's one of those. That means it must be one of these. That clearly is, let's say, an estate or a manor or something else. Clearly there's one of these here. Clearly this is some form of chateau. And I don't like to say, yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, even when it was, because it's generally better for people to come up with their own versions of what all these locations are. Okay, now we're now getting an idea of a nice quiety sort of graveyard that's building there. Let's have a couple of trees leading up to it, so we have a nice solemn procession. So I won't confirm that that's a vineyard in my mind, but I certainly not going to deny it. Okay, yeah, this is now becoming a thing. Was it 2 o'clock that we started? Because I've completely lost track. It was, wasn't it? I'm actually going to go look what I said because I can't recall. Published. Because that gives me an idea of how long we've been. Yep, it was 2 o'clock. Cripes. How time flies. Yep. Thanks for the confirmations there. Okay, so let's have a quick look at where we're at. And let's look where we're at. I'll zoom out at the hour. So we can say at approximately 2 hours of messing around, dropping in some lines, building ourselves what appears to be a community, we have a map that looks like this. So I'm going to use that as my next milestone. So let's just fill these out while I'm at it. I'd like to leave a little bit of space for a verge there. And I come back in. Okay. Next one, I'm going to do a little cheat because we have a few bits of space that are kicking around. Oh, I did the zoom out before we. I said I'm the worst. Just going to fill out a couple of these areas as more forested. All right, so I'm also going to do one other thing that I did in the stream, but didn't really show very well, which was show how you can layer up. Let's go back to my original brush size, sort out these little tufty bits. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's quick ways for all different types of trees. Let's bring up that comment from Ruby there. Oh, we also have from Martin, so I'll bring up Martin's first, since it's first in the line. I find it very hard to leave empty spaces in the map. Me too. I find it almost impossible. I have to fight against myself for my desire to fill it up with stuff. And is there another way? There are all manner of different ways of doing it, and I'll cover possibly some of those in another masterclass. The aim of this map, though, is to use one consistent set of tools to do pretty much everything, so that you can see in action those tools. And there's nothing special or fancy or added flourish, which I have done like magic in the background to try and make myself look like some sort of art wizard. I am using simple lines, boxes, some more simple lines, boxes, and what, just 3 brushes, I think, in total. If I was to use a normal map, I'd probably be using about, I don't want to even say how many brushes I'd be using, but all manner of different brushes for all manner of different things do all manner of different results. Now, on the trees, yes, there's lots of different ways to do them. I will say, though, that this is, I have found from my many years of doing this, one of the fastest and simplest to get good results, that when you zoom out to the actual scale that the map will be used at, which I was about to do again, but I'll wait till after, looks just great. And ultimately, that's all we're looking for in the stuff that we're making. Stuff. In some respects, I'm not doing the stuff by adding some trees. And I'm going to fill up the remainder of the spaces around here purposefully, I think, with less actual building and tree detail and more sort of scrub land and the suggestion of elevation. So things going up and down, so stones and similar that are breaking through from that. This is obviously a very simple rendition of what reality would be like. Most places don't just have trees of a single color or buildings of a single color. Their hillsides can often be covered with all manner of different colors that are beyond just green, because you've got flowers and you've got different styles of rock and a variety of different formations. And equally, some maps, if you're doing the realistic, would be horrendously dull, because they would just be one big block of very simple green. Yeah, let's put a pond into while I'm there. I'll do that when I do my next detail layer. At the moment, I'm just busy working my way around putting every single last one of the obvious trees in, bushes, and then I'll do another layer of detail to fill up all the spaces between those, then go in and do one more layer of trees, and as I said, do an extra layer on top as well for some. I didn't even bother going down the river on that side, apparently. I'll do that in my next. You can, but let's bring this one up. You can, but I've never found one that I've liked because most of them have come out relatively digital. And I'm not a fan of things looking super digital, even though these trees kind of are. Excellent. See you later. Let's bring up that one. See you later. Hopefully see you again after. I might still be here by the time you get back, depending on how long you're away for. I don't know. I'm expecting a call from someone. And when that comes, I'm going to have to go one way or t'other. But that might not come for who knows how long. And I'm intending on just finishing this one today one way or another. Right. Okay. So where are we at time? 7 minutes before I hit the hour and I zoom back out and have a look at everything. Oops. I'm on the zoom brush by mistake. I've zoomed in. Let's get out a bit. Better. One question which I'm frequently asked, and it's easy to forget, is do I use hotkeys? As in, do I do things like E for eraser, B for brush, Z for zooming in and out? And the answer is yeah, sometimes. New layers by doing the right hot presses or whatever. And yeah, sometimes. Photoshop's a funny thing, and seeing different people use Photoshop is a different thing, because people who've been using it for ages but never really been taught Photoshop tend to not know all the shortcuts. They only know the shortcuts that they themselves have encountered through a tutorial once, maybe, or the ones that they just figured out themselves by reading through manuals or just through use of the program. But so many people I know don't even realize they can make layer masks by just clicking the little buttons down the bottom corner of the screen, or create new layers by doing that, because they've learned to all step by step themselves. And I am one of those people. Almost everything that I do with Photoshop has been self-taught, or has come from necessity, because I needed something and I just went to Photoshop and went, my game needs this tonight, I'll figure out how to make it. Which means that all the clever shortcuts that I could be taking, I often am not. Okay, right, I'm going to leave it there so I can go back into finessing some detail here. Is that the right brush? Go into lines, details. Nope, that's the wrong brush. That's the right brush. That's also the wrong brush. Well, let's just go select it by hand. Better. Right. So by putting in all of our trees, we immediately see areas which are looking a bit empty. There's two ways to fill this quickly. One is by what we've been doing already, which is the lines, which add detail to an otherwise relatively empty space. We can add, the quickest ones are just simple lines suggesting contouring, and edges. Tufts suggests rougher terrain. So that's just wiggly scribbles suggesting grass or other rough foliage. And using that along the edges is worthwhile. And the other one is tiny little circles. Dropping those in suggests rocks, dips in the terrain, little cubby holes. And that can take an area which is otherwise empty and give it quite a bit of simple flavor. At this point, you're just going into each area and adding in whatever is needed to make them look like they're real places. Little paths. Oh, pardon me, my cat has got stuck in the room and wants out. I'll be back in a second. There you go. That's what you get for locking yourself out. I either had to fix that or he would have torn my carpet up, the little monster. I'm not bringing the cat over. I'll just stop drawing. I'll be too busy going, look, cat, floof, woo, yay! Where are we at? 3 minutes to go before we can have a look at where our map has reached. Yeah, cat content's fine by me too. That's the problem. It just turns into cat content. Whee! Cat! Yay! We've had Shadow for about, a year and a bit now. And it was never the plan because Lindsay is deeply allergic to cats. As is Andy Leask, as a small aside. And he was popping around our house quite a lot. So I had resigned myself to never having one, which is, as far as I'm concerned, a very sad state of affairs because I was a big cat owner when I was a kid. I had several cats. And I love cats. And my youngest daughter adores cats and always wanted to have one but couldn't. But we found one that Lindsay wasn't allergic to. Siberian cat. And thus arrived Shadow, which of course Andy Leask is massively allergic to. But Lindsay isn't. It may be the only option. Okay, so let's, since we're reaching the hour, have a quick look at where we are as a map. Now it's beginning to look like an actual place. Pulling in all those all that greenery starts pulling it all together. Yeah, that's beginning to look like a real place that's not too bad. Once I start adding the shadows in, which I'm going to do relatively soon, that will really ground it and make the details pop. And once I put the highlights over that as well, everything will just start popping out and it will hopefully look like a finished piece. And yeah, let's just bring up the comment there, just because that won't show in any stream there. Unluckily for Annalise, it's a sensible sacrifice because after all, cat content is fine. Yeah, unlucky for Annalise. But has been, in terms of our household, a marvelous thing. Has there ever been a better serotonin release than a cat? The benefits to mental health after what had been a terrible couple of years, and as we're moving into yet another, quite frankly, awful looking year, having that serotonin purr monster that just goes, here, have some, is just brilliant. So anyway, looking back at this, it's beginning to shape up. I'm going to do a little bit more line detail. So we're probably looking at around about 10, 15 minutes worth of just putting some extra lines in to mark out all the areas. I'm not even sure. Southern farmers versus northern fishers. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Absolutely. And we were most certainly on the northern side. The only reason that we got a cat back in the day when I was young was because I lived in a lighthouse and there was vermin. Because it was a lighthouse and it was a very old building. So we got a cat, and it turned out that was the best thing that ever lived ever. And that cat was taken from the SSPCA, as I recall. They organized one for us that had been abandoned. We took that in. We told it had all its shots, and she was spayed and everything would be great. Turns out that almost all of that was a lie. She'd had none of her shots, and she was pregnant within the year. And we got kittens, so I didn't complain because kittens are awesome. My parents, however, were a little bit surprised to find a bunch of new cats in the household that they hadn't planned for. Love it. And that was even taking them over to the vet, and the vet said, "Oh yes, this cat is not going to be having any children." Wrong. Along came the kittens. What? A dog is better. Wounded. I'm just going to put that comment away and get back to drawing some lines. Although I'm pretty sure that Andrew Leask would 100% agree with you because he's not allergic to dogs. See, that's blasphemy. quite right too. Blasphemy and cats and dogs and. I'm just putting some very thin, loose general lines in here to suggest some sort of crop lining. Clearly, this farmer is not very good because the lines have gone off at a funny angle. In fact, I can't cope with that. I'm going to have to straighten that out. And then possibly turn it around at the edges here. Very diplomatic of you. I mean, you're wrong, but very diplomatic of you. No, you're not wrong. And of course, that is the correct answer. That's fair. And our cat, similarly, is a little bit like a cat that thinks it's a dog. He likes to fetch things, and he likes to sit at the window and wait for people to arrive home, and then run up to the door and say hello to people. He also likes to do all those cat things, like ignore you. And I'm done with you. It's time for the claws, because cat. Right, so fill in those buildings, building color. In my desire to keep this a simple, probably a couple of tone map, I'll mark a chunk of the walls in the building color as well. It helps them pop, stand out just a little bit more when you're looking at the map as a whole, and ensuring that the details that you've put in scan for a reader are relatively important, because that's, after all the map is for. Providing information to the user as to what the lay of the land is, or alternatively what the setting is like, or what the genre is, or whatever that your map is there to do, because some maps are less to do with conveying information and more to do with conveying the setting. So details may be low beyond, in this direction you have this sort of stuff, in that direction you have that, where leaning into the tone of the setting is high with clever border work or color choices or blood splats or whatever it is that you want to convey with your setting at hand. So this one isn't really a I have a setting to convey type map. This is just a here's one way you can draw these things type map. There's a lot I need to do there and a lot there too. Let's copy that for a moment. Okay. Right, normally on a map like this, when I reach this sort of point, I take a look, make sure that all the shaping is approximately what I want, and loosely this will do. And then I start just finishing off sections because it's reaching the point now where it's beginning to look like an actual map, and now you just want it to be done. So I would, for example, say I'd do all the water, I do this section up here, I do the next one, I do the next one. And if it's a map with a city, that'll be going district by district by district and just finishing it off rather than doing it all as a one. That can be, for a large map, an essential part of the process. Because if you try to do it all at once, it's a long time before any part starts to look finished, and it can be quite demoralizing if you're spending hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours working away on a piece and it's just not looking finished. It's just looking patchy all over the place. And it's when you're doing a map, it's quite good to just go like that bit's done and that bit's done. Just break up the work and make it lots of tiny small maps and work your way across. At least that's what I find is a useful way of working my way through it. The Freeport map up behind me, for example, I did all the district work, as in where are the districts, how are they laid out. Once that was done, I went district by district and finished it off. And to ensure that those districts could be easily lifted up by Green Renine later for their book, each of the districts were on their own separate layers as well, so they could just pick out those layers and drop them into their book if they wanted to do so, which indeed they did. Anyway, moving down here, Martin adds, he's picturing some sort of annual event between the fishing community and the farming community, a keg for the local place in the middle of the bridge. I do like that. Can't quite see the whole. There it goes into the next comment. I'll bring that up there. Gets it back to the side of the square, gets to keep it. I do love it. I can see a sports centered right around the center of that bridge. I like it. And I agree with there, Furby, good story. Do you intend to include a compass rose on this map? No, I do not. Or stick with the implicit assumption that north is at the top? Yes. Discussions on compass roses and similar are something for potentially another stream. There are so many thousands of different ways of presenting them quickly. But this masterclass is very much about just this tool. The lines, the trees, filling in the details beyond that, and that's about it. So that you've got everything that you can do with that, and then we can discuss about embellishing that perhaps at a later date. Anyway, let's go up here and finish off this little island up here. Okay, so first, detail on the edging. Let's get the right brush. I have the wrong brush. For example, I'm also not really doing the water in this one. The water would normally have things like waves and things, just to give you an idea. Bring that up to a size, say 7. Oops. Go along the edges and then give the impression of water coming in a variety of ways, but I ain't doing that today. Today is all about sticking with what we have. Now, this up here clearly is some sort of slightly rocky promontory, so let's drop in some harder lines to suggest the edging of where the rocks sit. Also, let's move away from the green that's already there. Go into the overcolor layer and just change the changing the brush size here so that I can draw a bit bigger and change it to sort of a grayish color. We've got an overlay of brown on it, so it'll probably come out as a sort of orangey color. Yeah, it has. I'll highlight that up in a second. So get rid of our green so it doesn't look like it's covered in foliage. And normally for rocky things like this, it is better to do the water around it, because then you get the idea of the waves crashing against it and everything. Let me just get rid of that comment now. Being a touch on the wilder side, but oops, wrong brush. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so do we have an over detail brush? Right, I'm going to go above the layer. Right, we've got a texture at the moment that's sitting on top. I'm going to show you that texture. Texture. This is what gives it the browny sort of look. If I draw on top of that texture, though, I'll get pure coloring coming through, and I can use that to highlight things nice and clearly. So I've got this layer up here, which I'm just going to call whites, so that I can remember that that is just used for putting whites over it. And again, so that I don't mess that up, I'm just going to make that layer white, whether I want it to be or not. That means no matter what color I happen to have selected at the time, it will now go white. And I will, hey brush, are you there? I've got a selection on. No, why aren't you drawing? Why? It's because it's on a, no, it's on a normal. Huh. Let's go back up and try that again. Let's go with the bigger brush just to make sure that it's not. Okay. Did I do something stupid with my color overlay? Was I not paying attention there? Nope, nothing's come through. Ha! Technical hitch at the top there. Oh, I see. Photoshop's decided to slow up. A minute, let me just save that. Have I got? Let me just file save. I see. It's recovered. I'm going to save that as a code. No, I'm not. I'm just going to save as. I didn't even notice that. Excellent. Very odd. Huh. It appears Photoshop has slowed up on me here, so I'm going to quickly switch that off and switch it back on again. So stream's going to vanish for about 2 minutes while I pause. No, in fact, I don't think I can. I'm going to do that. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm going to go switch Photoshop off and switch it back on again. So will I go like that? Here, everyone. There's me in my funky hat. I go get rid of you, get rid of you. Then drill into what happened with Photoshop. It'll just be a second, just switching it off and switching it back on again. Yep, there we go. There's the problem. I feel like I should be doing a small song and dance number while I'm waiting for this to research itself back on. But nobody needs to see that. There we go. Hopefully. Yeah, there we go. We're working again. So let me just bring that back up. Add to screen. That's where we were. Bring up size 4 brush, and hopefully now. So when we're doing the edging on these things, even though the light and shadows coming down from this side, as we discussed in the stream, I'm still going to edge it out on the lower edges with a bit of the white. Where's my detail right there? And then shade it in underneath with a little bit of the dark. Just to give something that pops out a little bit. I'm going to end up wanting to do some of that C work because it'll make a difference. So there we go. That's the nice little rock at the top done. We're going to be doing something similar with all the rest of the rocks as we work our way around. So we've got our, let's bring the detail level up. No, I don't want it above the trees. Let's leave it in there. Okay, white. So part of the discussion of the contouring and the different elevations earlier were how do you simulate that one. The easiest ways, as I said, was to just drop lines along where all the contours would be. And the first line is always back. And then on the upper layer of it, if you add just a slight flick of white, that makes it pop. And it gives it just that little bit extra sense of depth. For a map you're doing at home, this is beginning to go past the point that where it's required, because most people not only won't notice these little extra white lines of that detail, it's not providing anything extra to the information that's conveyed by the map. So many will just not care or see it. But me, being me, I am always going to be adding these bits in. Even if I'm doing what I would say is a much simpler map like this one, because it just makes it look so much better with arguably not that much extra work. I say arguably because it's going to be a few minutes messing around adding white to all this nonsense. I need to do something about my chair. It's creaking like crazy. Right, before I get caught up in all this, there's one detail I want to add before I forget, and that was Martin's suggestion of a stone circle of some kind. So I'm going to go down there and put that in now so I don't forget it. I was going to pop that down here. Pop that in now. Details. So let's go for some sort of central sarsen of some sort. That's way too big of a consider the scale of the rest of it. That stone's huge. Let's drop it down. I look at the building size, so maybe about that size. Then that is no longer central because I've drawn it like an idiot. Let's move that over slightly. I have a couple of collapsed bits. Hey, kitten. Yeah, we were talking about you. He's just jumped into my window to look for the kids coming home, I presume. It's about that time. We've got a basic shape of something there. Let's now find a way to get to it. Roads. Now, I could have no way to get to it and just have it hidden away, but I'm not doing that this time. Okay, that's beginning to become a thing. Let's drop some color on that so we can oops. Get an idea what it's. Back to the detail here. Pull that path out a little bit. Assuming you're still there, Martin. Good call putting this one in. Do like to have a good stone circle at the side. Certainly reinforces that rural community feel and gives it a touch of the edge of a potential folksy, horror-y angle, which you can't go wrong with. Okay, right, we've got some basic shit bits in place. And again, we're keeping the highlights and shadings simple. So I'll do, for my highlight, just a single white one. And much like painting a miniature, for any of you who've done it, you're just going to be highlighting the one edge to help it go pop. A little bit on the hills itself. Excellent. It's beginning to look sort of like something. I've got quite a lot that I could do on that yet. I need to change that color because I've got the color back to the right. But I'll leave that for the shadows and the trees that will move in. Shadows and trees. So we've got ourselves a tree layer. I don't know where my leaves are. Now you're saying, Martin, do like a stone circle, as I said, and to provide lots of potential shadowy areas of mystery, having quite a lot of trees and bushes and similar in the surrounding area is, I think, to its benefit. So to get there, you've got to go in through the dusky trees, passing by, I don't know, dark shadow and many a potential area for an ambush or a nasty creature to be hiding. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so I'm going to show the shadows here because we haven't done much in the way of the shadow layers, and it's worth picking out some of those too. Let's pop that up to about size 9. I'll fuzz up its edges a bit. Oops, I'm nowhere. Oh, we don't have the shadows marked. So we're just going to, is that really dark enough? Could I do with something a bit darker? I think I could. About, let's say 35. There we go. So this is just pure black and a 35% opacity, and we can use this to either suggest that a stone has fallen, so with a short shadow like so, or we can suggest that there's a actual standing menhir with that cross stone. As it moves down the embankment there, though, you'll get more of a shadow. The temptation when you're doing something like this and adding some shade around is to also cross the shade over the path, but that makes the map much less readable, even though often the path should be deep in shadow. You're often best leaving the paths just out of the shadow, even when they should be in the shadow. Occasionally you can cross over when something clearly should go over, or to suggest that the path itself is going up in elevation, so you've got shadow on one side of it. But generally speaking, keeping your shadows off the path is much better than putting them across it, because it ensures that everything can be seen. Now, just by adding that little bit of extra shadow there, you can immediately see how that makes the entire area just have just that bit of extra depth. It begins to pop. And again, we're keeping it simple. We're not going to do multiple layers and colors and different shadows and all the rest of it. We're just doing a single shadow layer, which is 35% opacity, as you can see up the top corner there. If you can read that on your screens, that's 35% opacity up there. So that's just pure black. If I turn it to pure black, it would just look like that, which is pretty messy. But it's a shadow, so there we go. We can also ground the trees in the shadows by suggesting that they're casting shadows down as well. Better with a bigger brush if you're doing that. About 15. Which again covers that entire side with a bit of shadow. There we go. And same there, there, and the whole area just begins to dapple into shadow. There we go. So we've got ourselves a definite stony, circly type place there. Could do with a little bit of extra deepening of the color around it, just to make sure the lines are sharper. But for the moment, oops, wrong brush. For the moment, that does just fine. Dry. Just have to pop with a stronger lining at the edge there. Okay, we have ourselves a stone circle. To which I say, me too. It's interesting when you're making maps like this. You always have that constant balance between what the map itself requires to show, what could potentially be inspiring to anyone using that map, and what just makes it too busy. But little details like this, in my book, never go amiss. So we now have ourselves down the bottom corner. A lovely little, you can't see it because I've got Mark's comment in the way. Let's just drop that out of the way. There we go. We have ourselves a wee stone circle there. Yeah, that's looking all right. Okay, so while I'm here, I'm going to talk about the trees and bushes, which I mentioned beforehand. Trees and bushes, we have got one layer of. When I was in the stream, I did 2 layers. So let's do ourselves copy layer style. Just pop it straight on that one. Now, the reason to add an extra layer of trees and bushes is to add. I'm going to get rid of my lines there. You extras. Is to add a sense of depth to them. Let's get my leaves brush again. Was that one? Apparently not, because nothing's happened. Okay, why aren't you doing the thing? I've copied the wrong thing. Now it should work. There we go. So you can, by basically doing exactly the same as you did with the first layer, just add an extra layer on top, which makes some of it look obviously higher than the bits that are slightly lower. It's a handy way of just, again, adding a little bit of extra depth to your drop shadow. Let's drop a shadow on those bad boys as well. I'm surprised I didn't do that with the trees for the tutorial, so let's drop a little shadow on that. To help those trees stand out, let's see. Add a slight shadow. There we go. This is when we start making things begin to pop. So we've got all of our trees in place, and I'm now changing the angle on that, dropping a quick shadow on the trees as well. Now, whoops, control. That makes them stand out a little bit on the map. So I mentioned that in the tutorial, I believe. Base layer style, I'll do that for the upper layer as well. And let's add some upper layers of foliage. Black on that is a touch dark, so it's got a stroke around it to make it, there we go, stand out. There's a little bit strong. No, it's a bit too weak now. And on its own merits, yeah, it's too pale now. That's better. Right. Lovely. And we can just add some upper layers to some of the trees to make them stand out, which the reason I brought that one up is because I wanted to do it down here. Good point, well made. Let's do that once I've finished this little stone circle here. And much like we could use the trees to cover up any sins with our lining, anything that didn't look very good, you just cover in a tree. You can use the upper branches of your trees to cover up any trees that don't look very good and add a little bit of extra depth and just really make those areas stand out a little bit more clearly. And that is beginning to look pretty decent. Alrighty, we still have some empty areas here, but I'm going to go do a pond first. And I think we want to have a pond relatively close to the center. Anyone have any ideas where we should put our pond? Let's have a little look at the... I was considering an oxbow in that the water's clearly channeled straight here, where once it almost certainly would have meandered. So I was considering an oxbow lake there. Possibly there would have been a marshier section here as well. In terms of where it would go, this here as well. There's not a clear marking of why the water is wended there. It potentially have had rock or something similar to force the water to go in a slightly different path. But again, if it had a different path in the past, maybe here. But they could form lakes in those areas, or we could just go for something more central and build a pond in up here. Anyone got a preference in any of those? Nothing pops up very soon. I'll just drop in an oxbow. Because who doesn't like a little oxbow or equivalent? Well, while you're mulling that, I will quickly... Again, because we're working on the edges, we've got the green layer already. I can just cut it out and automatically turns blue because all the layer underneath that, if you can see that layer there, you can see the whole thing is blue. So Martin's thinking something central, so I will drop in. So our central area is relatively thick just now. Where are we thinking? There's an obvious place here, I suppose, down by the graveyard. I could open it up there so you could get into it. Yeah, that'd do. So let's drop more of a pond there, and we can put a path around that too. Wrong layer, I've just wiped out the water layer. Right, so there we go. So we've got a pond there. If I take my tree layer now, trees, and make a clear way through to that so that there is no doubt you can move into it. And then we can mark off some land for that and then have that as a common green pondy area and tidy up the delineation between the buildings there. So let's do that. Get back to the right brush. Oops, not the right brush. Okay, so first off, just to edge it. So now I'm going to take my green layer. Now, if you remember the green layer, it's just, in fact, if I copy layer, duplicate layer, please. Duplicate layer. Just put it up to the top so you can actually see what it is. That's what the layer currently is, although you can see that you can see some of the details where it doesn't cover. So that's it. So everywhere that's on that layer is currently that. The reason I bring that one up is because we can use that layer. If I go back to it, and I can drop a shadow behind it, drop shadow, and that will automatically, if I don't make the shadow so farcically huge, that will automatically add a little bit of depth to the inside of our lakes, because it casts a small shadow. All the green areas cast a shadow down into the lake areas, which you should hopefully be able to see relatively clearly when I go back into the lake and zoom in. I'm not sure how well that shows on your screens just now, but if I zoom in, that should be much more clear. And you can now see that there's a loose shadow on the inside. When you highlight those later with a little bit of white, you cut right across that to show that there's a shadow in the water, but that the light is glinting off the surface. Now we're going to keep it very simple here, just a simple white line edging, nothing more. I'll do the black on the surrounding first. So what have we got there? Possibly some small coops. Yeah, already in place. Not a bad idea. The Northern Fishing Cave has more fish. Yeah. Yeah. It does suggest some sort of maybe connected through there. Okay, let's edge this one as well before I finish that off. Brush is a bit small for this. I'm hearing a psst, psst from Lindsay, who's over there, wondering if I'm still streaming. The answer is yes. Okay, that's added a bit of texture around there. That's quite nice. Let's get the building color and quickly scribble in something for those. Let's also add road. Nice. Let's not path that one up. It's more in the wilds, so we'll just leave it at that and detail around the edges. I did not need to change the color. I've already got that set in the layer. Not paying attention to myself. Right. It helps if you use the right brush. A couple of other trees, I think. Okay. Let's go up to my white layer and just, oops, color overlay back in it. White layer and pull that out. make the line more distressed and less even away from the edge to give that suggestion of ripples. But again, we'll just keep that very simple in terms of the overall drawing of it. That looks all right. Just a little bit of white edging as well to help make those contouring areas pop. Do the same over here. Okay, we have a pond. And that doesn't look so bad at all. So does the pond match your needs? What do we reckon? No, that's not in the building layer. Dang it, I thought it was in the detail layer. Oh, well, our layers are going to be messed up slightly. I think when I do the final file for this, I'll probably make the building, all the lines for both buildings and the details be on the same layer to make it easier to manipulate for everyone rather than have it all split up. Oh, that's an old shadow. Yeah, good question. That's an old shadow from the original sketch on the tutorial night where there was lots of trees up there. And we've now replaced that with a house. So I haven't actually done the shadow work for all the buildings since enhancing it and adding all the extra details. There's quite a bit of extra to do there. But yeah, thanks for asking, because honestly, I hadn't even noticed it was still there. So good to get that cleared up. Let me just, in fact, make my brush a bit bigger and drop in a little bit of extra shadowing on my shadow layer around there. Just quickly cover those two. But I'll tidy up all the shadows after. Okay, so we have our pond, and it's looking kind of pondy. You can call it James Pond. It indeed is, as Martin says, suitably village pond-esque. Yeah, it looks like it might be a functional pond. There's a couple of little buildings beside it, suggesting that some animals may or may not be kept in there. It's a little bit dark. Yeah, that's not bad. Let's tidy it around the edges with some extra trees, because I do like to add all the trees in the known universe in a rural setting. So let's go to my trees and bushes, and we can. I'm on the wrong layer. I want to go on that one. Oops. Got a white layer there. I won't bother with that. Yeah, I do like to add a nice wee oxbow lake in. When I were a lad and I was tiny, I did geography at school for, one could argue, obvious reasons. And it just set me off on far too many books about geological formations, ranging from how rocks go to how rivers flow and how everything works in practice. Because geography, when I was a kid, was far more interested in the practicalities of how landscapes were built, rather than necessarily discussing towns and cities and how they were built, which I would have been equally fascinated by. But no, they were not interested in teaching that. But we got an awful lot in how rivers formed. Normally, yeah, I would. But for this map, I think that's a set of details too deep. Normally, I would be looking at the edge of that map and going, yeah, I want to mess it up a little bit with some reeds and some plants and possibly some pondweed and similar. You have to be careful because it starts to impact the readability of the map. In the end, it needs to convey information. And if that pond just looks like it's sort of a marshy mess, then it doesn't convey that on the ground level, it's a pond. And sometimes nice, clean edges do a far better job than what would be realistic. But generally speaking, I do like to mess it up in the corners with some weeds and reeds and something similar. I do like to have a notorious fish. I mean, when I first created the stir pike for Warhammer, it was because I felt there was a lack of just any normal river life at all in Warhammer. It was all about the giant bog octopuses and similar, and they were not the creatures that people were meeting on a day-to-day basis. So I added stir pikes. I added another couple of things back in the second edition of the game for an article called Life and Death on the Reich, which ended up getting turned into a full bestiary at the back of the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay Companion for the second edition. Because I do like a good giant pike. How can you not enjoy a good giant pike? Although I'll admit, it being Warhammer, it wasn't just a pike. It was almost the white, the great white shark of the River Reich. Let me just get my trees here. And I'm still on them. Excellent. Oh yeah, you're right. We just pull that one up. That's largely because I forgot about it. And you're spot on, actually. We have sort of skipped over that. And I won't do there. I'm not sure that adding one would make a lot of sense given the shapes that we're now beginning to get. I feel that it would be a tough ask to add one of those and maintain the integrity of what we've built. We've gone for a far more rural village than anything close to what I originally intended. Before we started the stream, I was fully expecting this one to come out as like a walled fort somewhere, and we'd build from there because I could show how to build the internal of a city or something similar. But yeah, I agree. It doesn't really, does it? It doesn't quite work for that anymore. I mean, I quite like what it's become. It's definitely become its own thing. And our attempt to do several big houses, potentially up in this part of the map, over here in the northeast, has turned into one relatively large vineyardy type place and maybe some sort of fort that's sitting up there. But I think that'll be more clear once we go through and do all our shadows and highlights on the buildings. We are at the point where it's tidy up and clean what we have and fill details in the open areas. But it's yeah. Let me just pull that one up. It would be overrun by beastmen in I think less than a fortnight. It'd be a night. But I mean, you could take this, for example, to be somewhere in the far south of the Empire. If you're looking to use it as an Empire map, it'd work very well for somewhere like Averland, possibly in parts of Visenland, where it's arguably more peaceful. I say arguably because they have their own issues. But if we have ourselves, you could imagine a large fort or a big castle or something sitting away from it. If you've got something they can all fall back to, then when the inevitable greenskin raids or something like that occur, they'll be fine. Or you could, I don't know, have a further out wall, which does not make much sense to me at all. But you're right, it's not a naturally defensible village, this one. Right, I'm going to do all the shadowy bits in so the shadows are in place, because I want them in on the building so that I can actually see what the place looks like. So I'm going to do that next. Yeah, as Furby says with her comment, it's a peaceful world. Let's say that's the case. But if it's a roleplay world where any of my PCs are involved in any of the games I've been in, it probably isn't. It just pretends to be. That's a little bit too hard. Let's mess up the edges a little, soften it. Okay, so I'm now just going to go around and add a little bit of depth by hand drawing shadows in to the bottom right of each of the buildings and probably a few of the trees while I'm at it. This is because if you just use a drop shadow, which is offered by Photoshop, it's very short and not realistic because it doesn't show the shapes of the buildings that would necessarily be involved, nor the heights, because some buildings would be obviously far higher than others. Some trees would be far larger than others as well. This is not necessary everywhere. For example, if you just leave the basic drop shadow, you can see it if I zoom in very closely on one of the trees. You can see that the basic drop shadow gives enough of an impression that there's some sort of shade going on there. And you'll probably find that most of the time I'm not going to add much to that. But if I want to make something look like it's a bigger tree, then I'll drop in a trunk on the ground and lay out a shadow where approximately it would lay. Or just, if I want to give the idea of multiple layers to a larger bush, I deepen the shadow significantly. You tend to find with these things, they don't need to be done everywhere. The aim here is to give the impression of depth, not to be accurate absolutely everywhere, because if you're accurate everywhere, you will spend a very long time shading your map. The aim is to shade all the buildings. That is required just to make it be consistent, and shade the other things that you think will help ground it firmly. It's also worth saying that shadows stretch according to the terrain involved, and you can use the shadows to significantly change the way the contours and the depth of the map present. So if I take a shadow, say, for a tree over here, if I just do it bluntly like it would be, it might be like, say, that. But if I stretch it and do something like that, it gives the suggestion that the land is stretching downwards, and then you can add further shadows as lateral contours towards it. Not that dark nor that heavy, but yeah, that works quite well. Going around here, yes, perhaps a future master. I think that wouldn't be a bad idea. Focus on areas users like lookout or less so on the edges. Yeah, good idea. Focus on areas. That's basically what the last comment said, but I presume with the typo removed, that I didn't notice. Look out. Yeah, got you. So I'm going to stick to the buildings. Shadows can also take what looks like a flat building and add depth to it. So in this area, on the mannery type location here, the basic shadow will hit the far side of the building. Doesn't hit the top of the tower that sits atop the building. Will come off the little, whatever these are, little corbel extras there. Our barn will cast a shadow. We can add a far longer shadow for where the tower sits. The rest of it sitting inside the trees. It goes down there and then across there. It's got a sloping roof. It goes that direction. And again, if we shorten the shadow, it suggests we're going up a hill. If we lengthen the shadow, it suggests that we're going down a hill. I need a far bigger brush to do this quickly. Spending ages doing what should be a fast job. I'm going to thin it down, drop my shadowing significantly so I can start laying out where the contours of that clear hill are. As it then back up to full percentage. This is going, oops, too heavy. Curve the shadow slightly because it's going down a hill. And then thin that down and sink it into the shadow of the hill itself. I'll tidy that up with some little extra detail lines later. Let's do a few more trees. Okay, let's tighten that up. Again, I'm doing this very quickly. Normally when I do my shadows, I spend a fair bit of time considering where they all lie. But for a tutorial, I think it's important to show that you don't need to do that to still get something that looks pretty good. So I'm purposefully going faster and much looser than I normally would, so that we can see what that looks like in practice. Shallower building, shorter shadows. Okay. Again, careful of crossing over the roads as we reach them. It's important to ground the roads in. So if you do go over the road, like some of these shadows over here do, try to make sure there's at least some of the road that doesn't go into shadow. It doesn't really matter if that's the realistic way shadows work. It's about ensuring that those roads can be scanned by whomever is using the map. If you're not careful, the roads just turn into a mulchy mess if you overshade them. Okay, is there anything up here? Oh, there's quite a bit up here. Let's do all these a little. Oh, there was clearly a tree here originally that I got rid of. Okay, let's drop this island into shadow on one side. Pop that into the water a little. Do the same for this. Add the clear shadowing underneath the contour line. There we go, done. Add a bit of shadow on the inside of our gloopy place. A little bit around it to suggest depth. Not too much. I don't want that to be too hilly. They're all done. We need to do that graveyard soon because it's a bit of a mess just now. Nothing down here. Okay, that's most of them done, I think. Right. Let's have a quick. Oh no. See most of them done. There's one right there that I'm done. Oh, I caught my zoom loop. There we go. So many rules of thumb. To answer that question specifically, it's a toughie, this one, and it's one that I almost have to gauge per map and often per project, because one of the great travesties of many modern fantasy cities is they're just too small. And I don't mean in population numbers, I also mean in buildings. They just don't add enough of them to fund the population that they think their cities have. I've often been given this city has got, say, 50,000 people in it. And then the map that I'm given as a sketch map has like a few hundred buildings. And a few hundred is a lot to draw, but that few hundred buildings is not going to in any way encompass a massive city with, say, 50,000 people in it. If you have 100 buildings of 50,000 people in, that's a lot of people per building. And for peasant rural ones like this, I mean, even when you look historically, it massively vacillated. Some households could have had entire generations worth of family inside what might be a tiny space. The equivalent of what is like this room might have had 15 to 20 people in it. But around the corner, there could have been a mill with just 2 people in it. I did quite a lot of, back when I was younger, checkups for the various almanacs that were published through the 17th into the 18th, 19th centuries. There was loads of them made for all the boroughs and shires and such like of England. Super, super awesome in terms of understanding how the populations were. And there was no rule of thumb. And you had to just basically make one up according to the settlement at hand. There's a lovely, like this settlement here has got 300 people in it, and there was around about 40 houses or something similar. And then the next one had a population of some 5,000 and also had about 50 houses. It's just they were all cramped in. The next one along, the entire settlement had been built by the local lord. And he'd had a rule of thumb where there was no more than, as I recall, there was no more than 2 generations under any one roof. And it meant that the population had completely fragmented in a variety of ways that just weren't the same as what was sitting across the border in the next shire, where entire families are cramped into very small spaces. It's really bizarre stuff. So anyway, going back to how I go, for a map like this, I tend to work off of a quick building count and an average of 5 to 10, depending on the population diversity and species per house. That might increase significantly depending on the nature of the local rulership. And how harsh they are, what rents are like, whether there are rents, whether they're peasants, whether they own anything, whether they don't own anything. There are so many different potential applications that apply. For your average city, the population density, I generally do it per square mile. And I have spreadsheets per square mile. So if I've got a population, say 5,000, I'll just check what an average medieval, an average Renaissance, or whatever is per square mile, and then I make it more or less dense accordingly, and then I fill in that space with the number of buildings that you would get in that area. And I'm less concerned with the actual per building population, where a settlement this size, I'd almost certainly be able to add it up per building if I wish to do so. And if I was given you have 500 people to pop into this place, I would almost certainly start with, well, 500 people, approximately 5 to 10. I'm probably looking at around about 80 buildings. Around about, I might add more or less, fewer, pardon me, according to the preferences of the setting, but it's a good start. It's a tough question to answer with anything that comes close to clarity, sadly, because I pretty much recalculate it per map. After making up a settlement, yeah, I generally either a building count or size. The scale is the big one because I generally go by population density for cities. So I'll just measure out the city and check that the population density matches the number of buildings that I have there, and consider the population density for the sort of place it is. If it's, say, a layered city like Edinburgh, where there were tenements upon tenements upon tenements upon tenements, built right down inside the hill. Edinburgh was the basis for much of what I did for the brief for the current Middenheim book. That's got a far higher population density back in, say, the 1700s than a far more spread out city that doesn't have layers of that ilk. So you figure out what the population density is, and then you do it by square mile because it's just easier, or square kilometer, or whatever else you do. For all, basically a game, I regulate and play it because my son. So it's hey, I do approve of playing any game that's called Cartography. That just makes me smile. Alrighty, so where was I? I was just doing all the shades. I'm now going to do the highlights in all of our buildings because they're going to make them pop. The highlights, as I mentioned in the stream, are nothing more than some scribbly lines. Let's hope that I've got the right. I don't have the right brush. I'm good at choosing the wrong brush for that one. Some scribbly lines on the side that hasn't been shaded. So, with a hard white line on the top ridges. And that is about it. This is just to make the building pop out. And yes, it's a harsh highlight because we're just going straight to white. But for simple maps of this ilk, it is perfect. Make sure you pick out your chimneys or similar because your chimneys stand up higher. So if you've marked any chimneys on your map, pick it out because it will make it stand right out and give it extra height. This is not as slow to do as it may initially appear because even if you've got a couple of hundred houses, each house can be done in seconds. So you can really pick it out. Also, while you're doing this, if you want to mark out the primary routes through your city that people take, doing so with just some thin lines of white can make a significant difference for making the primary routes stand out when you look at it from a distance. It's a little bit like marking your rivers out and trying to make it look like you've got water flowing through it. It's a tiny thing, but it can make quite a big difference. So I'm just going to go through all of these. And also while I'm there, apologize to Jalib for not giving a very good answer for population density, because my answer is I make it up differently every time. That's what I should have just opened with. Because I kind of do. It is different pretty much every time. It's one of my greatest regrets with Warhammer. I have several, but one of my greatest ones is not being able to map Altdorf and Middenheim. Middenheim to a degree, because my Middenheim, although the final map that they printed is very close to the initial commission that I suggested, but their Altdorf is literally nothing like the Altdorf that I was going to make. And that's fun because we get a different version, but their version is not what was originally planned. And that obviously fills me with sadness because any map that I didn't do that I wanted to do in a different way fills me with sadness. But population densities in that one were super important. I'd already sketched it all out and had everything in organized for what I intended to do with it. And I'd run that by Games Workshop too. And it was a thing. And, well, each their own. I mean, a lot of people do love it. And if they're happy with it, that's brilliant because that's all that's needed. But my biggest problem is I have such a singular view of what the place is like that anything that doesn't exactly match that view just makes me go, nah. That's the problem with playing inside a single setting for such a long time. I've been playing in Warhammer World since I was, what? Well, I was younger. Ever since Graham first bloody wrote the place, which was quite a long time ago now. Apologies to Graham if he should ever see this stream. And I have a very, very clear view of what that place is like. And it's not built off of the first edition description. It's built off of all of the edition's descriptions. And the place has changed significantly from the first edition. But they used the first edition map as the source, so to speak. So that wasn't quite what I was looking for. But we all have our own preference and desires for how these things should look. I know lots of people didn't like the Reichland map because it didn't match their preferences, and that's exactly the same criticism that I have for maps that don't match mine, and that's cool. We all have our own needs, and we all make our own ones. I do. Just on that one comment, oh boy, do I. The problem for me all started with the I'm still getting pinged. How on earth did that ping pop up? I've got one window open over there. There we go. It all started with the Empire Army List, the very first one, and it had a very clear description of what Altdorf was, and it became the foundation point for all future descriptions, and it didn't match the first edition description, and it caused for me a lot of heartache at the time, because it was different to the Altdorf that I'd been using up to that point. But as I grew older, I was far less concerned about that and far more concerned about making something that was cool. And because of that, I redrew the place entirely several times until I got something that matched everything. And a part of its description there, the multiple islands that it's built upon. I haven't put any shadow at all on these bits up here. Let's do that while I'm here. Left me pretty clear with what I thought the place should look like. And so their one didn't match that, so it doesn't work for me, but it will work for others. In fact, I can see a lot of people much preferring it to the version I would have made. So that, for some people, will be seen as a good thing. It's bending that shadow to show the contour lines it's going over. That'll do. Don't want too much done around there. Back to my details. What was I doing? I'm doing whites. Bit messy, Andrew. I honestly haven't looked that much at the style of the map. I was far more concerned with what it was depicting and how. But I had already decided I wasn't going to probably like it after I saw the extra map that was created for Enemy Shadows, where they put all the colleges of magic beside the University of Altdorf. I'm not sure if that was duplicated in the Altdorf version of the map, but that massively not only contradicted where all the colleges were cited in other sources, it also diminished the effect that the Wizard Wars, the historical issues that the colleges had with each other, would have had upon the city as a whole. The East End being wiped out almost entirely by the Bright College couldn't have happened because the Bright College wasn't in the East End anymore. And a whole host of other little issues like that. And when I saw that, I was like, yep, I don't want to see their Altdorf map because it won't match my version of what Altdorf is, because of all the historical events that for me are core to what make the colleges can no longer be done. So I just I slunk away and went, yep, done. I don't need to be looking at that anymore. Let's pick out the little details on the tower there. What do we have down here? Yeah, that's one way of viewing it. Yeah, that's definitely one way of viewing it. It's yeah, less AI in that one, the better probably. Right, those are all done. They're all done. They're all mostly done. Yeah, they're mostly done. That's mostly done. Have it down here now. There's a few here I could do yet. And although I am highlighting this one, I'm almost certain to redo parts of this bit because it's a bit of a rubbish looking building anyway. Haven't even done the graveyard yet. We should probably dive into that and do something with it. At least give it a bit of character. Okay. Do I have any buildings down there? I don't think I do. How about up here? Nope, that's all done. I think we are largely done with highlights. Again, these are pretty stark, just going straight to white. The goal here is to just, there we go, make them pop a bit. It's all beginning to pop relatively well now. We have there's a couple of shadows missing around there. Pop them in while I'm here. But it's definitely beginning to look more finished, at least, which is, I suppose, the plan of this. That needs to get a brush. North of the pond. Oh, yep, spotted it. Thanks, Martin. I'll get onto that one in just a second. I'm going to grab the areas around here that need some shadows picked up a little bit further. Yeah, I'm going to definitely ping that one out a bit as well. I'm going to make the shadow a bit longer here and here. Give the suggestion that it's stacked up. Oops, too much. Quite a lot to do around there yet. Let's go really big. Really small. Okay. Could be worse. Right, let's pop in and do that little bit of white. And again, thanks again for that, Martin. There's always one that slips through, huh? We really did, didn't we? And given the size of the community and the lack of, I mean, a lighthouse wouldn't be here. A real lighthouse, if we were doing it correctly, would probably be, if I zoom the map right out, all the way over here somewhere. It would be guarding the waters leading into the area, probably in the location where the very worst rocks themselves are. So in terms of location at this scale, a lighthouse would make much more sense to be outside. Often you'll find, though, that particularly people who have never been to a lighthouse nor seen where they normally sit, they'll just drop them sitting at city gates or something similar. And whilst there might have been some sort of flame in a large place doing that, they were relatively rarely there as lighthouses and more as just guides to get into a particular port. But for an actual proper lighthouse to steer people away from the worst that this area has to offer, this area hasn't actually got that much that's bad. So yeah, I don't see a natural place to put one. I mean, I could add one just for the sake of it, but I think for keeping some form of consistency, not doing so is probably a little bit better. I'm going to add, even though I said I wasn't going to add whites around it, I'm going to add some around because it will help the islands pop. Worth saying, if you do have trees hanging off your islands, make sure your white bits go under them. Don't go around them, or it makes it look like the tree is a part of the island and the ground of the island. There we go. I'm not doing much of this, just enough to settle it into place. That's the slip. Yeah. Does look quite nice, doesn't it? I was just thinking that about 10 minutes ago. I'm like, this place has turned out quite nice. I mean, it looks relatively friendly. I mean, what is this? Is this a fantasy map? Where's my orcs and my goblins and my giant bats? What's going on here? But yeah, it's turned out to be a relatively, I don't know, picture skew place. So inevitably, this is the sort of place where you'd want to probably base your folk horror rather than necessarily the place itself is the obvious source of the horror. So it's the people and the community and what it does and the entities that it's involved with, and almost certainly something to do with that standing stone circle down to the south there. So if this was Cthulhu, you would probably use border work or something similar. I'm less convinced by that option there by Martin, purely because I do like my hobbits to be underground mostly. But if I was in a Warhammer Halfling world, most certainly. But if it's Warhammer Halflings, I would probably have crunched them together much more. Different species with a very different perspective. I'd have made some of the buildings larger for large family groups. I'd have been looking for buildings to be hosting entire clans in some cases, families, groups of at least 50 to 100, all living in each other's pockets, rather than having the far more individualistic human style settlement, which this one is. This one is, I suppose, a bit more capitalist, a little bit less individually focused. But we all have different views for how different species should be approached. And in our own individual games, it almost certainly will change over the course of time as we steal ideas from each other. As I have noted on more than one occasion, my view of halflings has changed significantly over time. So do some white lining here. I'm going to have to go and do the bit that I've been avoiding for a wee while, which is all the internal building detailing, because that's what really grounds the village into place. But takes just a wee bit of time. Yeah, absolutely. Let me just pull that comment up from Furby. And agreed completely. Many of the maps that I did back in the day for some of the games that I was playing, no horror, no nothing. But the majority of maps that I'm commissioned to do have some form of horror wrapped up into them somewhere, whether that's an external enemy that is threatening this community here, or whether that's the community itself is unfortunately not everything that it appears to be. The most common one in roleplay games when you're arriving at a new area is not everything as it appears as it initially appears, pardon me. So whenever you do a map like this, there's almost always the question of, so what's the adventure hook then? What exactly is it that the adventurers, as they arrive, are going to be dealing with? And how do we depict that and show it on the map? So for all, there's a very obvious, some places can just be nice angle. And for my own personal stuff, often are, that's not always the case. There's one more structure I'm curious about, a root cellar. I'm not exactly sure what a root cellar is. Can you explain that? I feel like I'm missing something in my building vocabulary there. Either I know it by another name or it's bizarrely something I've not considered before. Possibly. Bridges, it's worth having your lines go up to one edge and the same lines continue out the other side to continue that idea that there is a flow going underneath them. Also, my bridge has got no shadows, which is a crime. Doesn't need that much there, but just a little bit just to ground it in place. Earth cellar. I'm still not quite sure what that is. I feel like I'm missing something obvious here. What does it do? The only thing that jumps to mind for an earth cellar is something underground that is built from the earth. That's weak. I don't know. Quite happy to show ignorance when I clearly have it, which in this state seems obvious I do. What is it? What does it do? Oh, like for food storage, right? Okay, got you. Yeah, okay, yeah. I honestly didn't know what they were called. Yeah. I've drawn a few of those in my time. He said, suddenly realizing what it is. Indeed, I've commissioned a couple of those as well. There's an equivalent, sort of, in one of the adventures for Ubersreich Adventures, where there's a big cave that's used as effectively an earth cellar. And they're particularly difficult to convey without actually marking notes on your map or something similar to say this is where the cold storage is. So it might be a label that says cold storage or earth cellar or whatever it happens to be called. And it will be depicted as much as it can be from the outside, which is often not more than a mound or a cave, if it's a cave or some equivalent. Yeah, labeling is generally the best option for that. Indeed, labeling is generally the best option for anything that is not immediately obvious on the map. I am doing this very swiftly now, just to get the idea of the flow of the river into place. I'm actually quite pleased that I did this, because I had no intention or plan to do a stream for this, and I'm not sure who suggested that we do it, but whoever it was right, because it's not just useful from the perspective of everybody getting to see how it was done. It also means that the entire map and everything that was done to create it is available, and I think I prefer that. So if you want to go build the same thing yourself, you'll have everything to hand. I think next time the main masterclass tutorial part will be discussing whatever it is that we're going to be adding to the tools that we have available and how we're going to present those. And then I'll finish off a map using those tools in just a live streamed mapping stream. That seems to make sense to me. And if that works for everyone else, I'll probably do it that way. What does everyone else think about that? If you have any feelings or thoughts on it. Okay, so that's some whites put in place. Yeah, that grounds it all in a bit better. Yeah. Alrighty, we got a bridge. We got a place, and we've got quite a few blank areas and things that need details. We also have a big white space sitting there. So let's put a box in it. Fastest boxes. Okay. New layer, call it box. Sounds good. Yeah, you think so, Martin? Yeah, cool. Martin says, sounds good. So we've got ourselves a key to build. I already built, I've already built one there with the word key, delete layer. Let's just take that and make it white, because that will give it the same color as the current background texture. Let's take the green layer there and knock out an area equal to what's in the box, so my box isn't green. So just select that box, and I will take it out of there. Oh, apparently I've got extra layers on top of that. What have I got underneath there? Got some sort of colory texture too that I need to get rid of, and the road. So instead of doing that, I'm going to take that up here, put my box outside of the entire map. So there to there, group them together in one area, and then put it on the, oh, go away. Put that on the whole group. Right, so what I did there was I've got a texture here. I told Photoshop to take the key box, which is just that white box, and to ignore everything that's inside that group that's in that area. So if I switch off that mask, the disable layer mask, you can see everything that's sitting underneath that. But if I do that, that just makes it clear. And if I put the texture over it, we have an automatic textured sort of parchmenty box. The quickest way to turn that into a useful box is to just edge it with probably a quick black line and then write some stuff in it. If you want the box to have a little bit of depth, in fact, I'm almost certainly going to want to move this box because I'm not happy with where it's sitting inside the map. So let me now screw with it all, make it look really stupid. Get rid of that. Delete layer mask. I'll just add a new one. Just make that nice and clear. I'm not even going to layer mask it. I'm just going to put it over. I'll put it there. I'm not even going to layer mask it. I was going to layer mask it and do some cover things, but I don't need to when I can just make it white. So I've got a white box, which is taking the texture from above. That'll do. I'll do the quickest of dirty edgings on it by, well, I could do it with, I'm trying to avoid using brushes, so I won't use a brush. I'll take the existing brush that I'm using and I'll just put, oops, wrong color. A scrubby line, which I'll tidy up as I go around the entire thing. The reason I'm going for scrubby is because it often looks better in fantasy maps than hard lines. Hard lines look messy. Hard lines look probably very artificial, where scrubby lines just tend to look a little bit better. I'm not going to do this one very carefully because I have no care for that. All I care for is something it looks like it has ground it into place. If I was doing this properly, I'd probably want to use a different brush to the basic pencil brush I've been using, and I probably want to drop some ink splats and some nice other funky things to try and make it look like it's an artifact that's in game. But for the moment, just a simple little black line will do, because anybody can scribble black lines around a box. Oh, interesting. My white layer's above that. That I will do a layer mask on, but I'll do that later. Back to that. Is this my box? There's my box. Box lines. There we go. That couldn't be simpler. Layer hierarchy, yeah, exactly. Goodbye. Let me just pull that comment up because it deserves to be on screen for all eternity. Oh, hell yes. I'm also going to, because the nature of this map is less hand-drawn, a little bit more seen from above, plan, almost a picture, I'm going to drop a bit of a drop shadow on the box as well, just to let it pop a little from the surrounding area. I'm going to make that relatively thin. That's just to make it jump a little bit out from the page. We'll use some font. I can't remember the font I used for the last masterclass. I'll just grab whatever font is currently sitting there. Let's see what we've got. Got Fail English. I'm all right. Preferably something a little bit bigger than that. I accidentally told it to write in itself. Oh. Don't make it white. It's a leg end. Now, change the text a little bit there. Let's make it all caps. Let's make it bold. And let's make it bigger. So we've got a leg end, our legend for our map. We could add a couple of dashes or draw some nice little funny little details on either side of that if we wish to do so, but we're keeping things simple for this one. I'll use a similar font size, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, let's say 7. No, let's go for around 8. 8 locations. So we're going to need to decide what those 8 locations we're going to mark on the map are. If anyone's got any funny ideas for the stuff that they'd like to see actually marked on the legend. There's several buildings there that could be marked. We can decide what they are. To make sure that our numbers match up with whatever lettering we're going to do, just copy that layer and just pull it over and edit that layer. Location, 2. Let's check our font size. Font size is pretty rubbish for that, actually. It's a little bit too close to that. So I'll change both of them, drop the font size down slightly, and I'm also going to add a few more locations, I think. So about there. Cove of Ghosts! What have we got so far? So far we have the Cove of Ghosts, which presumably is going to be up here. We've got some sort of tavern. We've got some sort of house of the major. We've got some sort of cemetery. If we can give them all names, so rather than just tavern, although I imagine it probably would. I mean, look at this size. It might even have an inn rather than a tavern. It's less likely to have a tavern than a public house where whatever local licensing laws don't apply. So more of a public house, not necessarily perhaps, but maybe an inn. There's a few obvious inn candidates if anyone wants to drop one of those. We have our pond that we might want to mark as well. So if anyone's got any suitably esoteric and crazy names, we can drop all those on. While you're doing that and considering what you think would be good for those, I'll drop the easiest of labels known to man, where I'm just going to take a label. I'm just going to use a white circle to mark each one and drop a number in the middle of it. That should be big enough, probably. Let's look. Yeah, it's not bad. Net and Fork, suggested there by Martin, or the Dancing Unicorn, suggested by Furby. I like both of those. Oops, cancel. For our label, I want a quick stroke. Black 4 will do just fine. Drop shadow. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Color overlay. I'd like it to be white, please. Thank you. And I want that to be under the texture, which it is. Let's try that. Why isn't that 100%? What else do we have here? And for the tavern, I'll go with Martin's. So you prefer Martin's Net and Fork. Okay. I'm quite happy to go with the majority option there. Okay, so 100. Okay, we are still robustly. Why is our better? Okay, and let's check that drop shadow because that's a little bit big. Okay, so we've got ourselves the simplest label which we can drop on. Okay, so we've got location 1 is apparently going to be the manor, so I'll drop that over here for the moment. And rather than just we've got the tavern. So where do we want the tavern right in the very center, or do we think it should be for the inn? I think it would be better in the tavern. It doesn't matter, it's just going to be called the Net and Fork. Do we want it right in the center so it's on the center square, or would we prefer one of these other buildings? We have no obvious stables sitting off this one, but we could draw one because it's not got all the details added in the back yet. Or this one down here looks like an obvious tavern as well. It could have an easy. I won't make a bigger label. That's 60. So if you've got any preferences, drop them in. If you don't, I'll just drop. I'm going to drop one down there for the stone circle. Maybe drop one there for the village green and pond. So for the tavern, the L-shaped building in the northern part. So you're thinking this one here? Just to make sure we got it. So that would be that giant building there. You're right, Martin. I can't see you there. Just bring that one up there and just let you see how useful pointing at the screen is for me. Okay, so let's drop a label on that one. Let's drop a label on our cove. So we've got currently 5 labels. I'm also going to put a layer mask on the whites for that. I'll do that after. We've got 5 more labels left to go. What else did we have? Cemetery, which we haven't even drawn yet. But yes, cemetery, that sounds good. Do we want one of these buildings to be some sort of temple or shrine or something similar? We could make it to an unspecified saint, so we don't need to attach it to a particular deity. Or alternatively, we could say it attached to a deity. There's any of them could be. We've got a nice little apparent watchtower up there. It almost seems Grubbyfoot Pond. I mean, who doesn't like a Grubbyfoot? We could label the watchtower as well, perhaps. What have we got there? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 more to go. No, that's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, 3 more to go. I'd like at least one religious site because that's always handy. Does anyone have any preferences for that? And I'm quite happy to just draw one in where it makes most sense. It might be worth drawing one in the top of that hill since that hill's looking a bit empty up there. I do like a Southlands family statement there. Let's call it Island of the Loving for more coziness. Island of the Loving. What the wee one over here? Does that take us up to 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One more label to go. Like a watch station. Interesting. It seems a bit small for an entire watch station, doesn't it? But you could make it some sort of like a road watch. So it's yeah, you could turn that into a stables and something similar. So you could turn it into almost like a military barracks, something that had been set up there. This one here looks like it can make a really easy conversion to that. And it's also slightly, I'd like to have a label here and here if we could. I mean, I've got a natural spot here for a label too. In fact, I'm going to build one that matches that. So we'll build the label there to match that or that, because I quite like that for it too. Do I want to make 11 labels and put something there? I think I do. So if you can think of anything to go down in this bottom corner. Oh, a general store. Okay, I'm going up to 12 labels. I agree. A general store is well worth it and is a super handy PC option because PCs arrive in town. One of the first things that they want, general stuff. Okay, I'll just sort my text in a moment. And let's go down to size 36 and drop that down to about size 48 and see how it turns out. It almost fits, but I can make my text bigger. So size 48. Yeah, that's not bad. I'm loving the ideas beginning to spin up. Let's pop up some of these on the screen to make sure they're not lost. Okay, so we have, I'm going right back, rolling back here to, here we go. First, we start with the tavern. House of the Something, Cemetery, Dancing Unicorn, actually maybe the Net and Fork, as we then go for the tavern. Let's go for that one. And then for the tavern, let's definitely go with that. So the L-shaped building, which is now marked. So yeah, the one north is square. Yes, we know this bit already. Grubbyfoot Pond, Southam Family Estate, quite nice. Let's call that Unloving. So Sergeant Quinn's Watch, liking that. For the, I think it's some sort of general store. Large building in the south, so maybe it's got flagged as the temple. I was thinking that that large building in the south is this large building here, I presume. So that would be that one. Let me pull the mouse over so you can see that. That one there, are you thinking? I'm thinking that's probably the general store as it currently stands. I'm thinking over here probably for the temple outside of town for reasons that we have yet to justify or indeed even consider. And then the tower is called the Watch, but in fact General Quinn just lives there and it's an old man always quarreling. I do love an old man quarreling up in his old tower. Indeed, I added that particular detail to Uber's Reich because you just can't go wrong with having an old general waxing away from behind his enormous moustaches, complaining about days gone by and how everything was better in their youth. Okay, so let's number these first, and once they're numbered, we'll apply the name. So number one first. Let's pop that in place. Our numbers can probably be a bit bigger than that. Size 60. How's that look? That looks better. Okay. And yes, I'm aware that's a 1. I'm going to just sort all my numbers out in a second. And then I'll get rid of the white bits on them. Wow, doing this with a mouse is much harder than doing it with my pen. But I happen to be holding my mouse right now, so it's happening. I'll tidy it up in a second. Okay, and let's just go, to keep it nice and simple, north to south. Okay, so that's 1. Next down is 2. Okay, next is, oh, wait a minute. Actually, this should be 2, I think. I should zoom out, it'll be easier. Oops, I accidentally added a label in my desperation to zoom out. Delete there. You're making me want to add more labels. Just saying. Zoom out so I can put those in a little bit more cleanly. So which one is actually 2? That one's 2, and that one's 3. 4. Yeah, that one was going to be a town hall. You're spot on. Oh, dear me. Added an extra layer again. And I duplicated it, deleting it. There we go. And 5. And then I think 6 here. And so, no, I've missed the probable. That might actually be the temple. I might be able to move that one over and make it the town hall. You want to do that? Then that would be awesome. There's a fan section on the fan material section on the website. I suppose that'd be on the Discord. But, yeah, that'd be a natural place for it to go. Or we can even set up a nice little spot elsewhere if you think that would be nice. I think that one should actually be 8. After all, Martin did quite a lot of bits and pieces after the adventure building masterclass, and they, whilst they are there, kind of got lost in the channels. Wow, that is some deep spacing. Let's get rid of all that. Drop to -10. That was still not small enough. Nice. That's better. Good point regarding the pond there. Okay, and finally, all the way at the bottom, number 12. Yeah, and I agree regarding that pond. So let's move that pond over. We don't have all our labels in separate layers, so I'll have to just shift it that way. There. That does, however, make it a number 5 instead. We're using top to bottom as our metric. Okay. Yeah, you can. Let's just bring that one up. Is it possible to adjust the pins? Yes, you can. You can put pins beside, you can put them on top, you can have little arrows pointing in, but given that this one's going to be a file that you can take on, do whatever you want with the layers, you can just remove them with ease, or make your own ones. We're just going for the simplest of labels because I think that works best for what is a relatively simple tutorial just to get us into place. So I'm quite happy with those as they stand. So location number 1 is our cove. As I recalled, our cove was something like Ghostly Cove or Cove of Ghosts or something similar. Does anyone want to do a slight twist on that number? What was there for? I think number 6 is probably going to be the temple, which leaves number 11 to be something else. Number 8 is probably going to be the general store. In fact, I'll pop in the basics. So the basic of each one. Then we can add our funky names as we go. 2 was going to be Island. 3 was going to be our tower. 4 is the inn. 5 is town hall. 6 is temple or possibly shrine. 7 is manor. 8 is potential for Howling Cove there. If someone wants to, that's a cemetery. 10 is our watch station. In fact, let's call it a barracks. And that's going to be a river warden-y type thing. So one of the larger bits, that's going to need a little bit of extra drawing to make that all work up. 11 is going to be and 12 is stone circle. Okay, so do we like Howling Cove? Furby, who suggested the original Ghost Cove name, has suggested nice. So that now has 2 votes for it. So I'm quite happy to just call it Howling Cove. It also gives it that suggestion that possibly it is ghosts, or maybe it's just the wind that's moving down through the geo underneath the land bridge that causes a swirl inside the cave and then comes back out again. I quite like that. So our island was going to be something a little bit more positive, as I recall. That was something like the Lovers Island or Isle of Lovers or something similar. Are we happy with that name? Do we want to make any changes to that? I can't remember what the tower was. I'm less convinced by Scary Isle just because it sounds like all the scaries that I grew up beside, the Pentland scaries and this scary and that scary. It sounds like you like Love Island. He said, suddenly realizing what Love Island would be. I can see everyone swimming out there. Oh no. I'm going to run with it because that just makes me laugh. People can change that in their own ones if they wish. Island of Loving. Island Love. Is there a way we can pun it just a little bit better? Love. I mean, you could make it not. If anyone comes up with something, I think Island of Loving is almost the same as Love Island, just a slight twist it. But if you can think of something else that almost does that but doesn't quite, I'd be cool with that. 3, there was a tower, something to do with. There was definitely something to the tower now. I've forgotten already. I've just pulled up a name by mistake. The tower with the watch, something watch was it, or something similar? He said, running back over all the comments. There's the tavern. There we go. Sergeant Quinn's watch was one suggestion for that one. Yeah, totally. 3. I'd rather not make it a sergeant because that grounds it in a particular setting where they've got militarized ranking. It would probably be better if it's just Quinn's watch, unless anyone's got a particular dislike of that name. The N was the Net and Hook, was it? Or the... I've got to keep my old comments up just so we can remember what they are. Oh, I've run into Hobbit villages. I've gone too far. The Net and Fork, that was it. Net and Fork. Old Quinn's watch. Yeah, quite like that. Yeah, that adds a little bit more character. Getting the idea of that grumbly old officer sitting up in his tower, which puts a smile on my face. So Old Quinn's watch, the Net and Fork, the town hall. Do we need a special name for that? Are we happy with just town hall? 6, our temple. We've yet to decide what sort of temple it is. It's currently sitting on a hill with no road up to it, but we can sort that in a second. It looks like it's a more rural style temple, so we might be looking for more something that's to do with local fertility cults or something similar. That might be quite fun if anyone's got any ideas for that. 7, the manor. We had a couple of ideas for the manor. I believe Martin dropped in an actual name for it. That was like something. Rolling down and see if I can find it. I can't see it. Can you? You think the fork net rather than the ampersand? I'm cool with that. Oops. In fact, I want the quotation mark the other way around, silly machine. X OV. The Southern family estate, that was it. And that's quite nice. Southern family estate. General store might want to have a slightly more, less general name. Cemetery might want to have a slightly less general name. Watch barracks might be best to have a slightly less general name. Anyone got an idea for location 11? And our stone circle. We could make, if we want to reinforce the cemetery and such like, we could make the number 6 location like an old burial mound or something similar. Instead of a temple, if anyone has any preferences there, if you think a burial mound would be preferable to a temple, but I'll leave that for you to decide. Or maybe number 11 can be that. That's a bit close to number 12. It's just on the other side. It might be, and it's a bit close to the cemetery. It might be nice. So 11 is temple, potentially. Yeah, I think. Anyone got any ideas for that? If you don't have any ideas soon, I'm just going to drop in some random names and we'll work from there. I'll leave you to look at comments for a second while I go in and start drilling in a few of the details that are required to make this look a little bit less flat. Open up that group, which is the map. Find myself my lives details. Sliding hill for the kids in winter. I mean, I think that could be the case, but to bring up those particular comments there is a sliding hill for the kids in winter, but I'm not sure it needs a label for that. Although I'm pretty sure all the kids would disagree. Plus the hill that the old Quinn's watch is sitting on, which is now beginning to slowly but surely get detailed, could also make a particularly good one, especially be like running into trees at the bottom. I mean, who doesn't like running into trees as they're making their way down a hill? So I'm just going to, again, as I suggested earlier, keeping our contour lines to suggest the differing heights with occasional rocks and shaped in sections to reinforce that. It's a good point. We don't really have anything for the supporting the dock, and there was clearly going to be like a harbour master's office, warehouses and such like marked there. I mean, we know, for example, that building there is the harbour master's office already, but we don't necessarily need to mark everything for this one. So let's have a little look. We've got Eastward Seas Trading Company, too long a name to fit inside our label box, and I'm keen to avoid going too far outside my label box if possible. So we could go with, I mean, Eastern Trade Company would fit. And that would be nice and open for whatever anyone wanted to call it. I might be able to fit Eastwards. Let's find it. Tight, but possible, yes. Eastwards Company in there. Weatherwatch Shrine is a classic name, and I like it. And almost certainly would drop very well on 6, but I think it looks like it'd be better to drop that on 6 than it would 11 if you're doing the Weatherwatch Shrine. But I'm going to not do that, and I'll put religion up there in the 6. No, it's better in the 6. Weatherwatch Shrine. Weatherwatch, just making sure Weatherwatch Shrine sounds good. We've got Eastern Trade, we've got our cemetery, which currently has no special name, doesn't really need one. Watch Barracks, which needs something better. I'm going to call it Field of the Fallen Cemetery is nice, but it's possibly a bit long. Maybe just Fallen Field Cemetery will fit inside the box we have. And I think it's potentially a little bit more open to interpretation as well. Quite like it as a name, a little bit of alliteration, can't go wrong with that. Number 11 is some sort of mound now, burial mound. I'm going to name that one, it's how, just because that one always amuses me from my own personal games. And that leaves us with a stone circle that currently has no name. We could henge it, we could menor it, we could do anything else. And we've got any ideas for what they'd like to do with that in terms of its name? Or are we happy with just stone circle? Its name has been lost to the past. Again, I'll look away for a second while I quickly detail some more of the bits up here. Back to my details, because now we need to start working towards finishing this off. What time are we at? We certainly do. It's on 6 o'clock. Oh, oops. Okay, back. Let's see what we have. Right, so running through them. If you're following out Cara's Henge, do we have any other option? We also have Envel's Light. Do we have a preference between the two of those? Cara's Henge sounds relatively modern. For the Envel sounds less modern as a name. So my preference currently would probably be Envel's Light between the two. Probably Weatherstone Circle makes a lot of sense. Bywater Barracks I like just because I do like a bit of alliteration, and it also tells you a small story about where it is, without necessarily explaining whether it's an army barracks or whether it's road wardens or anything else, which makes it a little bit more open. I'm less keen with weathered now. I see it because we have weather watch shrine as well, and that's a duplication of the weather. And nothing wrong with duplicating weather. It's just it'd be nice to have a slightly different word if we could for one or the other. Envol's light looks like a better option for the stone circle, so I don't need to do weather at all. It doesn't really tell you what it is for people who don't know what it is, though, does it? So do we want to add a word like henge or something similar to that to make sure that it's clear for people who, because for all we know what it is, if you just have that slight circle sitting at the bottom, it can be sometimes a bit confusing because you'll be looking at it saying, is there a light? I don't quite get it. Exactly, I don't get the light part, but sure, that's my consideration there. So do we want to make sure it is nailed home hard and go with just an Envol's henge? Yeah, like that one, like Martin suggests. We get an Envol's henge in there because that makes it as clear as crystal for people who haven't sat through us figuring out everything that should be in the map for the last few hours. I think we actually have a fairly decent set of names there. And we also have justified the width of the text box with the text. I'm going to slightly recenter it. Oops, I'm not going to recenter it because I'm pressing the wrong button. Let's try that again. Yeah, done. Alrighty, so we've got ourselves a very simple legend. We're going to, I think we're just going to duplicate that box. And what was this place again? It's called Old Cove, isn't it? Yeah, we've got a duplication of Old with Old, whatever. Old Cove. You won't know. Mm-hmm. Drop that in the top corner there, and let's give ourselves a box as well. Title plate. Simplest title plate of the man. So there's our Old Cove, and we'll edge it with the same box-lined edgings. And to keep this fast, we'll just take the edging we've already built and just draw it right over it. Didn't quite match the length. Never mind. I'll tidy that up in a second. All right, let's go tidy that up. Because that's messy. That's anything. The Old Cove over water. I prefer it in the top corner because it doesn't. It's just a better balance for the image. Let's Control X, pop that in its own layer. I'm just going to slightly resize it as well. Let's pop that up. I'm going to reduce the Old Cove slightly. Where's the Old Cove text? Knock that down to about size 1. It's almost gagging to have some fun at extra detail, but I'll do that. Okay, that done. Right, let's copy the key plate, copy layer style, drop that onto the title plate, paste layer style for our slight drop shadow. It's a small thing, but it matters. Couldn't be much easier. Now, that's title lines. Slightly shrink that so it gets off of the, pop it there. Okay, we definitely got some sort of map place building up quite nicely there. Right, so what else do we have here? Don't forget to, yeah, I've done that. Thank you for the reminder, Barton. I'm going to move it over slightly because it's not centered. There we go. Right, so all we need to do now is finish, which means drawing in a few extra little locations and making sure each area is in place, and we're almost there. Gosh, I did not intend to do this for so long, and I expected a phone call by now, but it hasn't arrived. So I'm just going to drill in and now just finish off any details. I'm going to be looking down at this far more than I'm looking at the screen, so if I miss any of your comments, I apologize, but we're now moving towards the finishing straight. Just a matter of going in, getting our details, highlighting some of it up, making our individual little areas have like little fields, paths, little details, and similar. So we've got what, a building there, and what's going on here? Okay, road. No way into that. Oops, wrong there. What's going on here? I've been bathed in light. Mm-hmm. Again, if you spot anything as I'm twiddling over these last details that you think I should probably address, just drop it in. I will spot it. I am now heading towards just doing this relatively swiftly so we can get towards a finished map. Let's strengthen the idea that that goes underwater. This slip. That'll do. Here. Mm-hmm. What was number 6 again? Weatherwatch Shrine. It sounds relatively small. So around here, approximately. Oopsie. Alrighty. Let's build up the height a bit. Oh, colors. Okay, now built up the basics of that shrine. Just pop on some quick loose shadows. Biggish brush. 0 hardness. Drop the opacity down. Oops. Okay. KK. Yeah, that's our details. That's a flat enough area. I mean, bumpy enough area. So again, the contouring of the different elevations is just a quick, very smudgy, darkening shadow lined up a bit, and then we'll add a little bit of white afterwards to help make them pop. With the black lines following the curve of the particular shadows on the dark side of the mounds. Keeping it, again, matching the theme of the day. Pretty simple in that it's just scribbly lines following the curves. And looking at them after, and any that don't look quite right, you just remove, or in my case, just draw over a little bit more. As I mentioned almost at the beginning of this stream, for all I complained about happy accidents in the Masterclass itself, I actually use a lot of them. I don't worry too much about where things sit, because I know it'll all look. I think I've returned. I'm not entirely sure what went wrong there. I got a connection issue. It just popped up on screen. So I'm hopefully returned. You can hopefully see me. I'll just bring up my map again in a second as I share that. I trust the yes says you can see me again. I'm glad to hear that. Let's pop that. Excellent. Let's go. And I'm back. Yes, I am. No idea what happened there. I think it was an issue at StreamYard's side, because I was going fine and then StreamYard came up with the issue, but I was connected to everything else. So it wasn't an internet issue. Anyway, let's pull up the map again. Share screen. And add that to screen. And well, look at that. Of course it is. Yeah. Amongst the many pieces of Lego that I have kicking around this house, I'm actually thinking of picking up some of the Horizon Zero Dawn Lego, because somebody posted them online somewhere. I forget who it was, but whoever it was deserves to burn in hell, because I immediately wanted it, because it looked well cool. Been awesome seeing you as well, Martin. Enjoy your dinner. I expect to be finished this relatively soonish, and I intend to keep on going until it's actually done. So thanks for popping on. It was absolutely lovely. And I'm always going to bring up a comment like this. You'll have to ask my wife. Everything cool about me started with her, almost certainly. Okay, let's zoom out and make sure that everything's doing what it should do. Okay, so now you've got an idea of how the build up for that rise has gone into place. I'm now going to shade it just a bit more. Let me just pull up that comment too. And very much looking forward to sharing it as well. I just pull that off. I'm keen to see this one when it reaches the final. It's a bit too dark. The final stages, because it's pretty much almost there, but not quite. It's so close. Right. Too much. Okay, let's do some white highlights on that and then be done with this particular part. We're keeping it nice and simple. I don't want to spend an age creating all manner of funky details for these. The aim is to wrong color. Why aren't you popping up? Oh, it's because it's behind a layer mask. Let's get rid of the layer mask. Let's see layer mask. And it was marvelous having you. Thank you very much for dropping in. Look forward to discussing the final thing over in Discord. So close to being there now. Okay, we have ourselves some sort of crazy weather watch shrine. Who knows exactly what's involved with that? Let individual people figure that out for their own games. Okay, that's probably going to do. All these are a bit bland. Do a little bit of work in those and a little bit of recoloring down there. Yeah, we're getting there. Big empty space here and a big empty space there, and up in the top corner too. They need to be tackled. As do all these bits. So let's do down here first. Finish off each one of these and then recolor afterwards. Back to the detail. Indeed. Cheerio. Now, all these little lines sitting in the gardens are going to be used to represent some sort of crop or something equivalent. They're currently just lines. We'll color them in a little bit afterwards. Put that layer mask back on and make sure it's got rid of the bits in the middle. It has not. Labels, please. And numbers, please. Yep. As suspected. Sorry. Right. Go away labels, go away numbers. Finish this off. Lines. most importantly, the crop lines or whatever people want them to be really are there to just break up the monotony of the green spaces, which we'll do a quick recolor in a few places, but it's all about adding a little bit more visual diversity on the screen. Roads 6. Okay. Done. Right, this is going to be, this one here's in the general store, isn't it? So we've got a routine. I'm going to presume that that dock is where they can take some stock in. They've got some space. We're going to need some sort of obvious warehouse at the side, because I'm going to make this a bigger one, given it's a trading house or something similar. So let's increase that because it's way too low. Get rid of our details. Add in. Oops. It's funny, the more I've drawn of this, the more I'm getting a real feel for what the place is like. As is always the case. But yeah, it's all beginning to sort of fall into place now. Future Masterclass, all the plot hooks for the old cove. Yeah, I could almost see that being the case. But then, do we really need a masterclass per se for that when we could probably all just make up a bajillion of them and be super happy with them? But yeah, I think there'd be something in that. I'm not sure I really want to add anything to that one. I quite like it just being big and open. So this one's going to be where the barracks are. So I'm presuming this is some sort of milling training field in the background, which means that I'm going to road up a lot more of this. And I'm also going to add a couple of buildings at the back. Yeah, I like it. Lines. Cool, yeah. Quite like that. What do you think we could do along with that? What sort of prize or goal or whatever do you think we should have at the end of that? Because that's potentially a really cool idea. I think that's fair. Just doing it for fun. After all, it is what we do, isn't it? Yeah, agreed. I think it'd be quite a good idea, actually, particularly because those of us who've just sat through doing this, the ideas are already percolating within our minds for like cool things that could happen in the various places. And at the very least, that's like 3 or 4 people doing some cool stuff. Okay, right. So that's now more of a place. That's ready for a bit more texture now. I'll highlight the edging before I go on. I mean, it could be if we get enough of a build-up out of it. Wow, that's really beginning to fall into place, isn't it? It's beginning to look like a real wee villagey map. Look at that. Right, let's tidy up this bit down here next. We've got a lot of emptiness, which I'll do very little to, other than just a few extra contour lines, suggestion that something's going on, and not much else. Get rid of that comment, get in the way of me. Okay, this river's got nothing going on this side, so it's all going to have to be picked out. And we have quite a big dead space there. That's where the burial mound is going, as I recall. Mila's how? Okay. I have to do something with symmetry now. Any ideas for the symmetry? As I slowly but surely add some little details in here. Anything that anyone would like to see? Yeah, problem with the map of this scale is ornate gates and similar. Difficult to show without just scrubbing out and adding some extra little twizzles. But for a simple style, you tend to find that it just doesn't look so hot when you add in the extra parts, unless you're actually drilling in and spending all the time to do it. Some extra scribbles along edges and twiddly bells and whistles tend to do a slightly better job than do more. No, Cripps Cartography doesn't seem likely a place would get. I think that is fair. I put in a couple of mausoleum-style bigger buildings off the edge. I've suggested graves. I've suggested other things, but and possibly a statue for the war memorial near the center. But I'm somewhat low on the details there. Yeah, twiddles. On that, I should really sort out these roads so that there's a clearer line for them. Little road trees. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'll put those in once I've finished messing around with these bits. That's nice and easy to add, and I think fits the tone of the location really quite well. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Let's bring up that comment. Spot on. So, as I mentioned before, you can use trees to not just cover a multitude of sins, but to suggest that there's things beneath them. And when you're doing something relatively quick like this, trees and the build-up of the trees around those areas are very much your friend. I am keeping this purposely scribbly and messy, again, because that matches the general tone of everything else we're doing. Trees. Let's pop on. Oh, leaves. 3 on that there. Let's see what that gives us. And if we pop them along the edge of the mausoleum, use that to cover the bumpy lines there. Oh, we appear to be sitting underneath one of the layers. We're sitting underneath the white layer. Let me just get rid of that. It doesn't get in the way. Trees, 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 trees. There. Oh, it's well off on them. That. Let me just move that over. Thanks for spotting that one out. There you go. Right, let's now tidy that all up. First with the whites. Are you looking for mausoleums? Oops. Or crypts, or what are you looking for? Excellent. Shadows. I think that's what it should be called from now on. The gazebo of tombs. Yes, mausoleum. But I prefer gazebo of tombs. The gazebo of tombs. That's just brilliant. Okay, that needs a little bit of texture on the inside yet, but we've got ourselves most definitely a suggestion of small buildings on the inside and graves and bits of other pieces and potentially a gazebo or two, which are the gazebo of horror. Yeah, absolutely. Potentially a gazebo or 4. Okay, so that's that area. We still have a very empty open area here and obviously our tomb down here. Before I go in and drill into those bits, I'm just going to finish off the primary details in here because there's still quite a few areas that just got blank edges. I'll fill those in. They won't take very long. And then do the last little sections. And then we can start looking at saying, yep, we're done. We've got ourselves a basic map that uses boxes for our buildings, that uses a highlight and shade that we explained for those buildings, that uses black lines to contour almost everything, to keep everything nice and simple, white lines for the highlights, and trees that all work off one brush, which is just a scattered leaves brush, which should hopefully take you up to almost everything that's inside this particular map. Okay. Well, the bones too. The gazebo of horror. It's sad that actually makes me go, that'd be awesome. Let's do it. The gazebo of horror. Okay. Over here. Details. Beautiful light. I mean, we're close to that already, aren't we? Okay. Okay. Got stuff in all those places. Wrong there. Okay. We have a bit tidying up to do around there. We have a big blank area down here. Let's take a pause, just have a look at what we have. Hey, that's definitely beginning to fall into place. Definitely beginning to fall into place. Okay. Right, before I go and start doing all these areas, I just need something to mix up what I'm doing. So as I mentioned before, I'm going to recolor a couple of places. I'm doing that in the coloring layer because there is an unrelieving green in some areas where it's meant to be fields or something similar. So I'm going to jump in and scatter some other color through some of those areas. Mixture of, that's a very orange. I was looking more for a sort of browny brown. Let's see what sort of color that gives me. It's a bit dark. Oh, that gives me, that's a bit closer, but it's a bit red now. Drop the size down. Yeah, too red. Size down. And this is just the same brush that I use for the trees, just a scatter, and it's just there to provide a slight color variation. It's not a hard fill, because hard fills look very digital. It's a bit more patchy, comes through a little bit, and it's to make those croppy areas, or indeed any other area that I fancy just scribbling a bit of color over, be a little bit less unrelievingly green, pardon me. And that is really fixed over there too. A little bit of the brown around the water to suggest it's a bit muddier in those areas or anywhere where someone's tramped. It's a quick muddying up of the color. Normally, after I was finished all the drawing, I'd be coming in and doing all manner of other splats and spludges and blood and dirt and whatever else might or might not be in the area. But adding texture to the map is not specifically this masterclass, so I'll leave that for another date. And we can discuss lots of different ways you can take a standard looking map and make it look grubbier, realer, more of a handout or something equivalent. Okay. Now taking us down to our emptier corners, where we're going to have to decide what to do with these. Right, I think this part's going to be the burial mound. That part there is a bit big for that one house to be looking over, so maybe you want to fill up a few more trees in that area. Balance out what's going on up here as well, so I will. So trees. Oops, roll. I'm on a zoom. Okay, let's take a look at this space. We have some nice, I'm going to go bigger, some nice forested area behind the temple of death. Yeah, I missed that comment earlier, and I think that's a good idea. When I go over to the mound, I will quickly do exactly that. Whoa, change brush by mistake halfway through. As mentioned before, to give it a little bit more depth to your trees, rather than just dropping shadows, you can also do a second layer of them on top of the ones below, showing branches that reach up a little bit higher or trees that are multi-layered. You can do this with far more than just 2 layers as well. You can go 2, 3, 4 layers if you want a really big feeling of canopies of different levels. And not going too in depth into that. I'd normally work up trees in a variety of ways with multiple layers to help provide depth and clarity to the image. But as we have said several times, this one is a tutorial, so we don't need to go and do too much of that. Okay, right. This area needs a little bit of detail. And we'll do the mound detail and then figure out how on earth they get there, but via path. Now, I'm imagining if we've got our family here may have something to do with that. So let's do the roads now. And we can drop a path that comes through here and then leads in a sort of wending way to where the... Let me check where I've currently got the number. There. Okay, so if I just ring that, there we go. And go away number. And a more general route can come from, where's the obvious path? I mean, the river possibly. But we've got a pretty obvious road running in there, so we'll use that. I'm gonna, because this area is a bit dead anyway. Yeah, that'll do. Right, let's do that path, build that area, and we're almost done. Exciting. I've lost my brush. Well, lovely seeing you. Just bring up the You Must Away. Have yourself a lovely eve. This will be going online, I imagine, tomorrow. I might get it up tonight, but I've got quite a few things that I need to do tonight. This will be finished probably in about the next, I don't know, 10, 15, maybe 20. So lovely there, and delighted you liked it. And yes, you will see me over in Discord. Until then. Gosh, this is quite a long path. Let's build up the mound before I... Yeah, but it's going to look pretty awesome when it's done. Okay, shades, elevation shades. Just before you go, will I post this original video? Yes, I think I will. It's a long one, but I think that there's quite a lot in it that people will find useful, and I've done an awful lot more talking than I intended to. I intended to just sort of sit down, map it, see where it ended up, and then do a little jig at the end. But we've done quite a lot of chat. We've discussed different ways that it can be used. I think it'll be quite useful to leave it up. So yes. And to left that one there, are you the only one left standing? Possibly. According to my streaming info over here, there's currently 4 online, not including me. But that could be just people sitting in the background doing nothing. They might just have their screen on and not actually be there. Who knows? I know I'm here, and I know you're here. That counts for something, right? Anyway, let's... I was going to build up the shades in that one. If only you had more ideas, huh? Oops, wrong brush entirely. Where did that one come from? I just pressed a button by mistake. Right, I don't want that one either. I want that one. Yeah, that's what I want. Let's knock that onto that. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, it takes some stamina to do the whole thing. Although I am beginning to get a bit thirsty. Okay, so there's our basic mound. Let's have a bigger one on that side. Question. So it depends on the map. Now, if I was doing this one to this standard, I would have probably done it about 2/3 the time, probably. I've done quite a lot of stopping. I've done quite a lot of asking, quite a long typing things that I normally wouldn't really care about. Maybe as little as half the time. Some maps I can rattle off at really an extraordinarily fast rate if I have to. Multiple times I've been hired because I could do a map within a few hours that was needed for print in terms of the file that day. And I've done it, and it's to a professional level, and everybody loved it, and everyone was happy. Now, it's not always to the level that I would like to do my maps. I do like to spend more time in them, and I like to add all the little extra gribbly details that keep these things just looking really fresh and exciting. But the needs of the job at hand take priority every time. So yeah, this one here, I would almost certainly have done faster, quite a bit actually. There's been quite a lot of just humming and hawing rather than just working. When I work, I tend to just go. I drop into the zone and I disappear. Instead of having a chat on and speaking to others, much as we have been doing this one, I generally have some sort of anime or show or something going on in the background. And I prefer it to be generally in English, so I don't need to read anything, so I can keep my attention on what I'm doing at hand. And generally not too thinky, because if it becomes thinky or becomes particularly good, I'm almost certain to start watching it instead of working. So I have to be relatively selective with what I choose to put on as background for my mapping. In particular, I have to be super careful that it's not too good, because that way lies too much paying attention to the screen and not enough paying attention to the work that I'm supposed to be doing. Indeed, I have a bit of a reputation with Andy for watching lots of really rubbish telly, primarily because that really rubbish telly is really, really good company for doing something that you don't want to have too much attention on. So because of that, I have quite a lot. I have most of the subscriptions for most of the telly networks, and I have watched pretty much all of the primary shows that most people talk about. Well, I'm saying nothing. Particularly with, yeah, that one. Yeah, that'd be me. Yeah, I'm not going to watch a good show when I'm mapping ever again, as he sits down, getting completely caught up with whatever's on telly instead of whatever's on the map, and then cursing himself because he's lost about 4 hours worth of work time that he could have been doing something else. Yeah, that's not me. No, not at all. Not like me in the slightest. Okay. Right, I need to start doing something with this so that it looks less messy. First, let's pick out the color. Next, let's pick out some highlights and then see what I need to do afterwards. Disable layer mask. Oh, no layer mask. Shadow, shadow, shadows. Where are you there? Pop some of those in. Or not. There we go. Way too. Why aren't you deleting? Oops. Didn't like that. Redraw that bit. And it's going up the hill, so curve. Okay, let's now add all the detail. Now again, I'm keeping this super simple. I'm not too bothered about it being a very accurate rendition for multiple reasons. One is we're keeping it simple for the tutorial option. 2 is because we are going to be covering a lot of this anyway with labels. So this doesn't need to look particularly anything really, given that most of it won't be seen. And I appear to have something open again. It's been dingled. I'll ignore it. I could, but as I said, I'm keeping the labels all in one consistent place. Again, if people don't like that, it's super easy to just go into the file itself and move the label, because I'm going to be giving you all the file anyway. So the labeling will be very much in your hands. Okay, all right. I just want this area done. Go away. Let's put some color tonal differences and a couple of other things, and we're almost in place. Leaves. Hey, we're getting there. Alrighty. Let's reinforce that with a couple of lines and then tree up. Is that the right brush? Yes. trees. Like the idea, no pass, but this filled the space neatly. Yeah, kind of. It sort of worked, didn't it? It's a nice spot in the corner, and we've got something that leads into it, and it gives us a natural. I'd like slightly bigger brush, because I'm going to do quite a lot of trees down here, because and we can tidy that up with a smaller one. Oh, hello there, Donadi. Delighted to hear that. What have you been doing? If you share it over on Discord, I'll be delighted to look. But that's if you manage to get over onto that side. Oops. Okay, using the bushes to give that suggestion that this is a far older site. Don't bite there. Often. Oops. Who has donated the different segments of the stream? That'd be really useful, because I plan to come back and study certain segments. If I knew how to do that, I almost certainly would. I'll investigate how to doing that particular part. The first job, though, will be getting the streams up online, because after this, I'm going to be doing a blog post as well, explaining basically each of the processes involved. I did a blog post for the last masterclass too, and that proved to be pretty popular. So I'm going to do that, and then once I've done that, and everybody can see the files that are available, and if anything needs to be done, everybody can then chip in and say if there's anything else that you'd like to see done with them. And oh, marvelous! Nice to see you there, Hieronymus Blaze. I presume I'm pronouncing that correctly. I haven't been on Discord as much for the past couple of days. I've had, let us say, a host of exciting family issues to deal with. So I've not been on Discord as much as I normally would be these past few days. That I expected to interrupt this particular stream, but did not. So that's nice. Okay, right. So we definitely have something that's filled that corner. Let's see what that looks like as I pull out now. Yeah, that's beginning to look a little bit nicer down there. I'm going to put an extra layer of trees for some of this above, to just add a little bit of extra texture to that. I may go back in and do a few extra line details, but not much of it. It feels like I need to do a couple of things down here just to match the frequency of the... Yeah, sort of better. Maybe a little bit there too. Yeah. Okay, I got some in-betweeny bits, right? So to try and make the Lord's Land here, could I... do I have a comment on? Oh, I apologize. Didn't realize I had the comment on. Thanks for pointing that one out. Let me just do that. That's where we're currently sitting. Really did help that corner down there. Really, really helped that corner down there. It was looking a little bit empty. Let me just add a few more details there to help the balance. Yeah, that's looking good. I'm going to add a couple of color changes slightly. Because we want the Lord's estate to look like, or the leader, or the whatever it is in this particular area's estate, to look like it's been tended a little bit better. So modifying the colors there would be nice, not by much, just by a bit. I'm probably going to thin that down slightly because it's a bit bright. It is just a touch bright, so I'm going to fade that brush and drop it down about, yeah, that's a little bit better. Maybe a bit more. Yeah, there. Okay, so a slight color change there to help ground that in. I'm now going to take a moment just to sit back and look at it and go, is there anywhere that's overly heavy in shadows or anywhere that needs to be lightened up? And there's a couple of places where I'd like to thin out the shadows a little bit. Let's go shadow layer. Let's see how much of that is caused by that. No, actually, a lot of that is caused by its underlying color. So I'm going to highlight the color slightly on the top over here. I need it to be a bit more yellow, I think. There we go. Just to change the tones of some of the colors. And same over here as well. Use the green. Oops. Did not mean to do that. Nor did I mean to do that. Behave, you naughty map. There we go. Oops. That was too much. Let me recolor a few areas a little just to. That's a little bit high in the opacity. Oh, thanks very much for saying so. And yes, that radioactive green was a little bit bright. And I don't have a drawing tablet to embarrass myself from trying. You really should get one because they're good fun. And you'll find an awful lot of tablets these days, just in general, like our iPads and Android variants and Samsung Pad things and similar, can pull off almost the same as all this. Right, so that's really beginning to fall into place. It's now looking like a map, which is nice. Let's pull on our labels and take a look at with the labels on, just to annoy. Well, we appear to have my labels moved for number 11. Let me just sort. Oh, I don't have the label layer mask on. There we go. But 11's still a little bit squint, so let's just move that. Yeah, we've got our labels on. We've got our town. That's not too bad, actually. Given that we've pretty much stuck to just doing one thing. The shading's off. I could do with a bit more heavier shading around here. I could do with a little bit more here as well to suggest that's coming into a rise. I could do with a little bit more heavier around this area as well, because that'll help ground it in. Oh, pardon me, you've still got that comment up. So here can maybe do with a touch more shading. But I'm pretty convinced that we've reached ourselves a relatively natural end for this somewhat marathon stream. Thank you very much for those of you that survived right to the very end. I think there may be 3 of you. Oh, no, sorry. There's 4. 4 of you managed to reach all this point. How many hours later? What time is it now? 7:30 started at 2 o'clock. So that's 5.5 hours. And there wasn't a loo break. I'm going to call that a win. And you're right, it does look a bit like a Roman 2. Let's just pull that one up. It does, but I'm not changing it now. It will do. 2 of them are you. Oh, well, that makes it feel slightly less impressive from my side. So well done for managing to stay twice as long as everybody else. I'm going to go off. You might find that the very final undergoes another tiny change or 2 here because I can't help myself from twiddling. But I'm quite convinced that what we have there is a pretty decent old cove. So to end off this stream, I will quickly zoom in at the top. Zooming out just slightly. There we go. Get rid of that. And then we will just quickly scroll down and give you a quick look at everything that we've built. Thank you very much if you've helped us name any of the things that we've put in here. I'm pretty pleased with that as an overall map for just using simple techniques. And again, so we've got it clear what we covered. It's just straight line boxes, simple fill colors for all the buildings, shade on one side, highlight on the other, and then everything else is just black lines, white lines, or trees with a little bit of color elsewhere. So that's pretty much it for this one. I'm going to go and collapse somewhere. Thanks very much. I will see you all later. Bye-bye.